You let me know my collar's up.
Members of the public, good evening. You are all advised the meeting will be live streamed and recorded, and the live stream and video recording will be made publicly available on YouTube and Council's website. Also, in compliance with stage 4 restrictions, I'd like to advise the gallery that myself, governance and IT support are now all working remotely. Council's put in practices in place to ensure that the meeting and the live streaming is accessible to our community. However, we may encounter technical issues beyond our control. Should this occur, we will endeavour to recommence the meeting within half an hour. And if this isn't possible, the meeting will be adjourned and Council will defer those items on the agenda that have not been considered to a later date. Tonight we have 51 speakers listed to speak to allow us to run the meeting as smoothly as possible, and to minimise disruptions. I ask that all submitters test their audio functionality prior to ensure you're ready to speak when called upon to do so. As is the practice, prior to each item being considered, I will announce the order of speakers and will proceed to call each speaker one by one to address the committee. When you are called up, you will be let into the meeting and be asked to turn on your video and unmute your microphone. You will then have 3 minutes to address the committee. After that time, you may be asked questions by any councillor. These are to be confined to questions and aren't opinions of the councillors in which they're asking you to agree with them. So if we keep to those rules, hopefully we'll have a smooth night. Nillumbik Shire Council also acknowledges the Wurundjeri people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We would also like to pay respect to the elders, both past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians present. We have no apologies, so I ask for a mover of the minutes of the FNC committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 14th of July last. Councillor Clark. As per the recommendation, can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Brooker, all those in favour? And that is carried. Thank you, councillors. Any disclosures of conflict of interest? If not, we'll move straight into the first item, which is FN 01920, the Hurstbridge Men's Shed Issues and Options paper. And we have one speaker tonight, Vicky Kay, on behalf of Allwood Neighbourhood House. Are you around, Vicky? Or are you in the room?
Through the chair, it doesn't appear Vicky is actually in the gallery at the moment.
Right.
So,
all right, we will move on to the actual motion. If she comes in, I'll happily stop and we can go back to her submission. Can I have a mover for the motion, please? Peter Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move the motion as per the papers, the officer recommendation. 4 dot points. Yeah, they're on the screen. No need to read them out, I believe.
Yes, and can I have a seconder, please? Seconder? We've lost Councillor Ashton. Councillor Rankin, thank you. Back to you, Councillor Perkins.
Yeah, look, happy to move this motion in support of the Men's Shed in Hurstbridge and the Men's Shed movement more broadly. The Diamond Creek Men's Shed has been the first men's shed to operate in Nillumbik. They started small, much like this men's shed, and grew over time, and they provide a vital community service. From that grew, of course, the Eltham North Men's Shed in a council facility, which used to be a kindergarten, and now we're looking to accommodate the Hurstbridge Men's Shed. The Hurstbridge Men's Shed, it needs to be said, it is currently a small group, but that's largely related to its lack of accommodation and really not much room where they're currently operating. It's envisaged, and the officer report details that they will grow over time, and I'm sure they will, as has happened with Diamond Creek and Eltham. A survey went out. There were 59 survey responses, and an overwhelming 90% supporting the location of the men's shed as proposed at for Hurstbridge Arthurs Creek Road. Look, I don't think I need to restate what's in the report. Obviously, face-to-face conversations, as detailed in the communication and engagement plan, was difficult through the current COVID restrictions, but there certainly was limited opportunity for that. We had 3 submissions from David McKinnon, from I think it was Vicky Kay from Allwood House, and Aidan Pulagetti, I think it was, or Pulagali, or something similar. Sorry, Aidan, if I haven't pronounced your name properly. David McKinnon's submission, I certainly support that in terms of what has to be provided as well as a shed, and we've raised this before with officers, and we hope the plan will accommodate a lunchroom and a kitchen facility for the Hurstbridge men's shed. The men's shed is more than just a tin shed where men get together and do woodwork or metalwork or build things. It's a meeting place. It's a meeting place to support men, in various stages of life, and it really does assist them with any mental health issues as well. Sometimes people have worked all their life. They get to a point where they're trying to transition to retirement or are retired, and it's difficult to be at home all the time with the lovely wife. Sometimes it's beneficial for both partners to have other options, and a men's shed in Hurstbridge would go a long way to provide that option. I think it'll be available to not just the people of Hurstbridge, but certainly the wider rural parts of the Shire. It's often, I know Councillor Ashton often laments that the rural people don't get too much, from this or any other council, but certainly the building of a men's shed in Hurstbridge will support men right across the rural parts of Nillumbik, not just Hurstbridge. So I commend the motion. I look forward to the Hurstbridge men's shed getting bigger and bigger, and for council to enthusiastically support this motion, the progress towards building a standalone men's shed for the Diamond Creek men's shed group. And that other thing, I'd just like to flag that they need meeting space, not just to work in a shed, but also to cook and provide lunches and get together and meet and discuss a wide range of issues. So trusting that I'll get council support.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. Not to mention garden. Over to you, Councillor Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I absolutely support Councillor Perkins in this motion. Everything he said is terrific. I really think that the men's shed, whether it be Hurstbridge, Diamond Creek or Eltham or anywhere, for the fact is a very important part of the community nowadays. It's, as Councillor Perkins highlighted, it's an area where men can get together and talk and talk about their feelings, as well as while they're doing metalwork or woodwork, etc. So I absolutely support this, and I think it's a great thing for Hurstbridge. I commend the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rankin. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Ashton, I saw your hand up.
I
can't hear you, Councillor Ashton. No, can you perhaps remove your video and just talk? Try again.
Can you better?
Now we're having technical difficulties.
Is that better?
That's better. Got you now.
Okay. So I hate to disappoint either Councillor Perkins or Councillor Rankin, but I think the community might be interested to know that men's sheds are also open to women, and that a bit like Rotary, things change with time, and it did start off as a men's initiative to obviously help with mental health issues and support men. But I think it's understood that the doors are open for anyone of any gender to attend men's sheds, and I commend this recommendation. And I would also like to congratulate the Mayor, Karen Egan, for the amount of work that she's done in her ward and the number of people that she's spoken to, trying to get a good outcome for the local men's shed group. So great recommendation. Really looking forward to seeing the shed open shortly, or next year at least. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Ashton. Councillor Clark.
Mayor, I too just want to support this application and progress this. It was a conversation that certainly I was involved with at the outset when I was mayor, and current mayor was deputy mayor. And I, again, like Councillor Ashton, just want to congratulate what is the now mayor, Councillor Egan, on the persistent effort to be able to move this forward. It hasn't always had the sort of support it's getting around the council as we've tried to progress this matter. There's been a lot of work done on looking at alternative sites, and this clearly is concluded now as the preferred site for this to proceed. And I look forward, as I'm sure most councillors do, to the opening day of moving this item forward for the continued growth and support of all those that will get to participate in these activities. We have seen the massive growth, certainly when I started in Eltham, of a very small group who did grow into the new Eltham men's shed and has now got a waiting list. And I am hopeful that Hurstbridge will grow similarly. But to be frank, even if it doesn't, the 20 or 30 or so are equally important in the Shire and need to be supported in this way. It will grow over time. Numbers are not everything in these sort of things. It really is about, particularly in this time, good mental health, good fellowship and friendship, by whatever gender, to be able to come together and garner the benefits of men's shed. So I'm wholeheartedly support this and congratulate the Mayor on her endeavours in this space to represent that group.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Any other councillors wish to speak? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? And that is carried. Certainly, all those in favour? Councillor Egan, Councillor Clark, Councillor Demerit, Councillor Rankin, Councillor Ashton, Councillor Perkins. All those against? Councillor Brooker. That is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move on to the report 020-20, the Early Years Services Update. Can I have a mover for the motion, please? There are no speakers for this item. Councillor Brooker. You're muted, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. Just the recommendation. We note the information contained within the report.
I'm happy to second that, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Back to you, Councillor Brooker.
Okay, there's nothing too much new to report here. I think we've previously said the YMCA Ballarat will be taking over the Committee of Management for the Eltham preschool for 2021. That's a new relationship for the Shire of Nillumbik. There's some references there to Diamond Creek Occasional Care Centre and to, ironically, Ferguson Park Preschool, and which is in Grey Sharps Road. Look, the very last point there, discussions between Ferguson Park Preschool and Hurstbridge Primary School in relation to a relocation have not progressed. I think maybe that would be a good thing if they did progress. I'm not sure really that's certainly going to be a long-term kind of proposition, but certainly that would then free up a building, because I don't think we want to absolutely rule out that site for a possibility of a men's shed or somewhere else into the future. So that's the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooker. Councillor Clark.
I don't think I have anything to add.
Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Perkins.
Look, just quickly, I know we've got a lot of submitters tonight. It will be a long night, but it was with great joy that the local community in Diamond Creek really did celebrate the fact that the Coniston Street preschool, or the Diamond Creek East preschool, will reopen with the War Memorial Kinder expanding its facility over both sort of campuses. So that's really good news. The Diamond Creek Occasional Long Day Centre service, I note that there appears to be moves afoot of incorporating that into a future community hub. So that's very much a live conversation. So we'll look to see how that plays out. Certainly, I'm aware that in recent times, over the last prior to this council, that sort of move was not welcomed by staff and management at the Diamond Creek Occasional Long Day Centre service. So I'm very across the history and watching this space closely. So that's all I have to add. Thank you.
Any other councillors wish to speak? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move on to FN 021-20, the Local Parks Program Park Revitalisation Grant. And I will just read through the names so the people in the waiting room can get organised. We have Joey Bowman from the BMX Community Representatives, Taj Andrita, Carly Andrita, Cassandra Ashworth, Nicholas Brown, Stuart Callahan on behalf of the Diamond Valley Basketball Association, and all of the rest are through the CEO, so I won't go through those names. But do we have Joey? Yes, he's all ready to go. So we just have to unmute. Joseph?
Unmute. Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Good
So you
evening,
have
councillors.
3 minutes, Joseph, and then councillors may ask you some questions. So you'll see the countdown on the screen, so fire away.
No worries. Where are we? Done. Good evening, councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight regarding the current BMX situation impacting the community. My name is Joey Bowman. I was brought into the BMX/bicycle community through one of my good mates, Liam. We both found BMXs and taught ourselves to service and fix them up. From there, our friendship group expanded throughout the current parks and facilities offered to us from the Nillumbik Council. Not only is this an outlet from everyday life, it has also opened up opportunities for myself. Through BMX gaining knowledge in the bicycle industry, I now currently work at Bicycle Centre in Eltham, where I interact with lots of passionate BMXers, of who from all surrounding suburbs. This has given me a strong understanding of what people want in terms of where they like riding and what features they like the most. I love the sport because I've found so many people with the same interests as myself. From there, I will gain lifelong friends through the sport. With this rapidly growing sport, I feel it's necessary for an upgrade in the current facilities targeted towards the youth of Nillumbik. The current spark up in the illegal dirt jumps has brought the community closer together. As much as we don't want to see them go, Nillumbik Council has given us, as the youth, to update the current skate park in Eltham, in which we are very grateful for all the things you guys have done. Now is the time we take some further steps in our community to approach dealing with the BMX side of things. I hope this gives councillors an understanding on the entire situation and the impact it's having. However, it has been rewarding to deal with council who have done their very best to achieve positive outcomes in such a hard situation, hence taking down the petition. The opportunity to submit a grant has given me, the other boys and girls, a hope and provided some much needed positivity that we can pass on to the fellow riders in the community. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and hopefully the council will continue to support the youth of Nillumbik through supporting the Eltham skatepark upgrade and make a commitment updating the out-of-date strategy, in which I would like to participate in. We need to keep this positive movement going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Any councillors have any questions for Joseph? If not, sorry, Councillor Clark.
I simply want to commend you on one of the best presentations we've had since I've been on council. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joseph.
No
Our
worries.
second presenter is Taj, and she's in the waiting room. So Taj, you know the drill, I think. So fire away when you're ready.
Good evening, councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak regarding the current BMX situation impacting the Nillumbik community. My name is Taj. I'm 15 years old, and I'm here to thank everyone in the council for letting my dreams of upgrading the Eltham skate park come true. If we secure an additional grant supporting yourselves, I've been riding my BMX since the age of 3 and have never stopped. I love the challenges and freedom riding gives me. The satisfaction of pulling off a mint jump or learning a new trick is my kind of fun. Being out in the riding community is where I've met many of my mates, not only just within the Nillumbik, but far wider in my travels to discover other jumps or more challenging skate parks in other shires. My passion is dirt jumps, my favourite being Eltham North, which I've recently learned will be getting knocked down. Due to this, I became involved in the focus group because I want to be involved in making the Eltham skate park a much better, bigger, more challenging and more user-friendly facility. Also, in this longer term and new facility, specifically for BMX jumps on a massive scale. If an upgraded skate park was put in Eltham, it would bring people from all over Victoria to the Nillumbik Shire and will leave a great name for the Eltham Council. I hope this gives the councillors an understanding on the entire situation and the impact it is having on the riding community. It has been rewarding to deal with Heath and the council, who have been doing their best to achieving a positive outcome in a hard situation, hence our taking down of the petition from change.org. The opportunity to be involved in submitting a grant has given me, the focus group and the BMX riding youth hope and provided some much needed positivity that the Nillumbik Shire Council are listening and wanting to help us update the out-of-date strategy and work together to end up with an awesome redeveloped facility in the heart of Eltham. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Taj. That was fabulous. Any questions for Taj from other councillors? If not, thank you very much. So is Carly your sister, I presume?
My mum.
Your mum. Fantastic. Yes. Sorry, Carly. All right, we'll say goodbye to you, Taj, and we'll get your mum on.
Sweet.
Welcome, Kylie.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you.
That's good. Ready to go?
Yes, fire away.
Okay. So my name is Kylie. I've lived in Eltham for over 20 years. My husband and I have raised our 4 boys who are now aged 17, 15, 13 and 10 in the Nillumbik Shire. Our BMX story and love of outdoor adventures on bikes, skateboards and scooters started at a very young age with our kids. They were instantly addicted with the fun and excitement of learning and improving their skills on jumps, ramps, bowls, rails and drop-ins. Due to the lack of facilities, whether it be size or challenges at Eltham Skate Park, my husband found himself putting the boys in the car and driving to more updated and spacious facilities. Different locations like Box Hill, Epping, Noble Park had opened our eyes to what other communities have on their doorstep. As the boys have now become more independent, they are now out on their own adventures, getting themselves to their favourite facilities, making jumps and making important decisions, developing life skills of risk, design, creativity, problem solving, getting physical activity and fresh air rather than being indoors on electronic devices. This is how they have also made lifelong friends with people of all ages with the same passion for riding. Every day they each come home with stories of a jump or trick they have conquered, how far they've ridden or a reenactment of something that didn't quite go to plan for either themselves or a mate. The impending decision to remove the dirt BMX tracks has impacted our boys and the very large Nillumbik community of BMX riders. I want to acknowledge the progressive nature of your council and Heath Gillett in particular, who has directly engaged with those who are being impacted. The youth have expressed their anger and are completely disheartened, but over the past month and with your directive to speak with the impact group They now understand, without agreeing, why the decision is being made. The opportunity to submit a grant has given the boys hope and provided some much needed positivity that they can pass on to fellow riders and their families in Nillumbik. They are currently working closely with Heath and are undertaking research, providing relevant feedback, design ideas and input into what makes a great facility. I implore you to support this crucial grant to assist them in getting new and improved facilities. I hope this council has an understanding on the entire situation the impact is having. However, it has been rewarding to deal with Heath, the council, and the focus group who have done their best to achieving a positive outcome in a tough situation. The opportunity to be involved in submitting a grant for the upgrade of the Eltham Skate Park has given me and many other families a lot of hope and provided some much needed positivity that the boys can pass on to all their fellow riders in Nillumbik. Thank you for taking the time to listen, and hopefully the council will continue to assist the youth of Nillumbik and make a commitment to updating the out-of-date strategy, which my focus group would like to participate in.
Thank you very, very much. That was fantastic. Congratulations on your children's presentations as well. Any questions from councillors, please? Oh, we're now seeing you.
Yeah, sorry, I'll keep it.
Councillor Brooker. Oh, you didn't want a question. No questions? All right, thanks very much for that, Kylie.
Thank you.
Apparently Cassandra Ashworth hasn't turned up, so we'll go straight on to Nicholas Brown, and Nick's ready and waiting. So if Cass turns up, she can slot in next. Hi, Nicholas.
Hello, thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to address the committee. I'd like to speak in support of the proposal. I agree with everything that the previous speakers have said regarding the bike trail, but I'd like to speak in support of Ryan's Reserve. I've lived in Diamond Creek for 10 years, and one of the things I particularly noticed when I moved to Australia was the neighbourhood reserves that we all enjoy. It's something that is uniquely Australian, and I think it's something that we should value. It gets people outside. It gets people off their screens. It's easy to think that that relates to kids, but I think it relates to adults just as much. We all need to spend time away from our screens. In terms of the kids, though, it's often one of the first venues that they go to on their own. It's a rite of passage, is going out on their own to this safe environment with their mates, meeting up. But these reserves have to remain relevant. My experience with 3 boys is that the things that really drive them, the things that will get them away from their screens, are basketball, scooters, and Nerf guns. I think there isn't much of a proposal for Nerf guns, but this proposal does address basketball and scooters. I think it would make it a really attractive place for the kids in the neighbourhood to go. In terms of grown-ups, families as a whole, really, we like Barbies. We love a barbecue, and what goes well with a barbecue is a beer. And that means that we really need to have loos. We need toilets available in reserves where we have barbecues. Because, yeah, people say, oh, well, you know, it's close to home. People could go home to go to the loo. In reality, if people go home to go to the loo, they don't come back. So this is something that could turn that reserve away from something that you go to for maybe an hour into somewhere that in the summer or shoulder season, the spring and autumn, it's somewhere that people could actually go spend a whole afternoon, maybe spend a day with their mates. It's such a positive thing that I really would commend this to the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Any questions from councillors? If not, thank you very much. We have Stuart Callahan now. Stuart's in the room on behalf of the Diamond Valley Basketball Association.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, how are you?
Very well. Stuart Callaghan here. I'm the president of the Diamond Valley Basketball Association. So hopefully a few of you know a bit about what we do. I'm sure there are a few on the call who I know who know a bit about what we do. So thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Fire away.
Look, I won't take too much of your time, but basically I'm here to support the 3-on-3 basketball court that hopefully will be proposed and will be built in Diamond Creek. I think it's very important that we continue to develop the sport of basketball in the Nillumbik Shire. We need more courts. We're always looking for more courts. And as an example, only recently our club, the Diamond Valley Basketball Club, had to use some outdoor courts in Diamond Creek due to COVID restrictions. We're unable to use indoor courts at the moment, so we're forced to outdoor courts just to give the kids some training during this period, which is unfortunately now stopped again. So the ability to use outdoor courts is crucial. To give, I guess, the audience a bit of an idea of numbers, we have, I'm talking about boys and girls here, 21 domestic clubs in the region that offer a game of basketball every week to over about 3,600 boys and girls. So they're big numbers. And this doesn't include the adult participation that would push that figure well into the 4,500 people mark per week. To give you an idea then of if a new court was to be built in Diamond Creek, a 3-on-3 court to allow kids to play, that would potentially be able to be offered to, and I'm going to read out some names and numbers of some of the local clubs in the area. So the Diamond Creek Basketball Club has 35 teams and 255 members. The Eltham North Basketball Club, 39 teams and 309 members. The Hurstbridge Basketball Club, 32 teams and 225 members. Some of the smaller ones, Northern Saints and Plenty Knights, both have 3 teams and about 20 odd members. St. Helena have 19 teams, 139 members. St. Joseph's have 10 teams and 71 members. St. Thomas's have 22 teams, 171 members. Wattle Glen, 13 teams and 96 members. And Yarrambat, 55 teams and 412 members. So they're just some of the clubs, not all of them, but some of the clubs that would be able to take advantage of a court in Diamond Creek for their boys and girls. So in total, I've just listed out over 212 teams that comprises about 1,725 boys and girls that make up the over 3,600 or 4,000 participants I mentioned earlier. So in summary, there's a great community need for more basketball courts, and one within the Diamond Creek precinct would be a huge boost to the local area. And I think that hopefully the equitable distribution of the government grants across the Shire is in everyone's interest. But really, a new court in Diamond Creek would be of huge benefit, as per everything I've just mentioned. So thank you, everyone. I really appreciate you giving me the time to speak tonight.
Thanks very much, Stuart. I think Councillor Rankin has a question of you.
Thank you, Stuart, and thank you for those numbers. I mean, they're quite some substantial numbers. Just a couple of questions that I've got for you. You mentioned a couple of weeks ago or a couple of months ago that you used an outdoor court in Diamond Creek. Just curious, which court was it and whereabouts?
So we used the one next to the Community Bank Stadium there at the Diamond Creek Primary School.
Yep.
So what happened was with COVID, we weren't able to use indoor courts. So to give our kids the ability, that was during a period where we could get back to some sort of training. So we started to use outdoor courts, and I'm sure we used a lot of outdoor courts, not just courts, but also parks and anywhere we get kids just to do some training during this period.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, it's always good to get them outdoors, absolutely, and agree with the previous speaker in regards to that. Can I ask you, I mean, by the sound of it, really in the Diamond Valley Basketball Association, you're already short of courts. How many courts short do you think you are? Full court?
If we could get more courts, we could fill them. It'd be hard to give you a number. To give you an example, on a Saturday, we use, which is our main day of competition, we've got boys and girls now playing on a Saturday. We use the Diamond Valley Basketball Stadium, which you're all very aware of, which is getting an upgrade. We use the Community Bank Stadium, which is 3 courts. We use Parade College, which has got 3 courts. And then we use a myriad of other single venues, Green Hills Basketball Court, St. Helena we use sometimes. We use Diamond Creek Community Centre. We use St. Helena, St. Thomas's Primary School, St. Mary's Primary School. So I could keep going on and on, but we're always needing more courts.
So a lot of those courts that you've just mentioned are actually non-compliant for your competition, but you managed to get away with it. But I mean, really, are you probably half a dozen courts short, or are you a dozen courts short?
Look, half a dozen courts would be a great start for a Saturday, because I guarantee we'd be able to fill it. We still play girls during the week as well, because we don't have enough courts on a Saturday. If we had courts on a Saturday, we'd love to move more girls competition to Saturday, but at the moment we're hamstrung by the number of courts we have.
So just conscious of time, and one more question for you. For the 3x3s being outdoors, it really wouldn't matter where the courts are, would it? I mean, basketball is in the region is so short that wherever we put a court or a 3x3, everyone would benefit, wouldn't they?
Correct. You put a court there, kids will come. Kids will flock to their court, and they'll just start using it day and night.
Lovely. Thank you. Well done, Stuart.
Pleasure.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Stuart. Any other questions for Stuart? If not, thanks very much, Stuart.
Thank you, everyone.
I'll now hand over to the CEO, and the CEO will go through the next, I've lost count of how many, probably 12.
12, I think, Mayor. Do you want me to read the names out, Mayor?
Yeah, the first one is Adam Rees-Davies.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors and members of the gallery. Adam writes, I'm writing to you in support of a grant application for the revitalisation of Ryan's Reserve in Diamond Creek. I've lived in Diamond Creek for over 35 years and now have a young family I'm supporting on my own. I love the area and so do my children, and we frequently visit the reserve, not only to play as a family, but we also meet their friends from school and local sporting groups they're involved with. As a playground, it's very outdated and in desperate need of a facelift. In addition, a facility for toiletries would be of significant benefit for kids and parents, so more time can be utilised at the facility. Both my kids are involved with the local basketball club and love playing the sport. However, practicing at home proves difficult with such limited space. The proposed basketball court would be an incredible addition to the area and allow my kids and a lot of their friends in the community somewhere to play and practice, ultimately improve their skills. As a parent of a child who has been diagnosed with autism, I understand how important it has been for them to attend community parklands within the area. Such places have improved my 10-year-old son's confidence from socialising with other children and his motor skills. I thank you for your consideration of this submission. That's Adam's submission. The next submission is from Nathan Panzira, and he writes, I am making this submission to support the council applying for the Parks Revitalisation Grants Programme, and I fully support the upgrade of the Ryan's Reserve in Diamond Creek. I note this playground is listed in Nillumbik's Lifetime Play Strategy Implementation Plan as requiring replacement. So upgrading the location now would accelerate the programme and save future expenditure, and I fully support the proposed upgrade, including a 3x3 basketball court and scooter loop. Diamond Creek is the second biggest township within Nillumbik. However, its facilities are far less than what would be expected for a population of its size. Diamond Creek lacks many facilities, and this is not just limited to basketball areas and kids' scooter loops for younger children. I would also like the council to take into account urban residential density around Ryan's Reserve as compared to Eltham Lower Park. I would ask the council to apply for grants based on merits and needs, also to make sure all submissions are spread through Nillumbik and not just focusing on one area, which is the perception of many people within this municipality. And that is the submission. The next submission is from Sandra Lucas, and Sandra writes, I and my family support the Ryan's Reserve revitalisation. We have utilised the park for over 10 years and the park desperately needs improvement. The toilet block is essential to meet the needs of the community, not only for the families that use the park regularly, but for all the people that walk Broad Gully Road. The other improvements would improve the experience at the park and cater for older children in the area. Diamond Creek lacks toilet blocks in general, and there are none on Broad Galley Road. Please improve our park with dot points 4, a toilet block, a 3x3 basketball court, a scooter loop, and a refresh of the playground. The families in the area really need this, and that is the submission. The next submission, unfortunately, hasn't been received, although governance did give up to lunchtime today for that to be received. So that was from Lyndall Harrington. So apologies there, Lyndall. The next submission is from Lauren Richardson, and she writes, I wish to write in support of lodging a grant application to the state government for the revitalisation of Ryan's Reserve on Broad Galley Road in Diamond Creek. We moved to Diamond Creek 8.5 years ago and reside in Risdale Close, which is just up the road from Ryan's Reserve. We have been frequent users of Ryan's Reserve and its current facilities over this time, as we have 3 children who are now 10, 8 and 4. In the time that I have lived there, much construction has occurred in the immediate area. This is the significant development in the Collard Estate, which is further up the road, development of land on Grassy Flat Road, and the development of multi-residences in Amaru Court, which is across the road from the reserve. With development brings people, in particularly young families. There are a high number of families living off Broad Galley Road who do use the reserve, but I believe the reserve is not utilised to its fullest extent because A, there are no public toilets, so it makes it hard to hold parties there or other social gatherings, even though there are barbecue facilities because of this deficiency. B, it's difficult to use the grassy area for ball sports such as cricket or football because of the close proximity to the second busiest road in Diamond Creek. By providing a 3x3 basketball court and a scooter loop, this would make the reserve usable for so many more people other than those with young children. My 10-year-old who loves playing basketball would be able to walk down from our house to practice hoops, and my 8-year-old would get some much needed safe scooter time without being intimidated at the skate ramp, which tends to attract the teenagers of Diamond Creek. The provision of toilets would mean that we could, once COVID-19 restrictions are lifted, host my daughter's 5th birthday party at the reserve and know that our friends and families have toilets to use. Or even just that we don't have to cut short a play date at the reserve to get back home to use our own toilet. I look forward to hearing the outcome of the meeting, and I thank the council for providing us with the opportunity to give our opinion. And that is the submission. The next submission is from Renee Andresson, and it goes as follows. My name is Renee Andresson, and I am a Nillumbik resident and ratepayer. I am writing in regard to the local parks program, Park Revitalisation Grant Program, with my support of the officer's recommendation to apply for a grant for the revitalisation of Ryan's Reserve in Diamond Creek up to a total project value of $500,000. This open space area is a central point of the community and presents a great opportunity to encourage community connection, family recreation, and individual leisure. I ask the councillors to support this highly wanted and valued community project. This area of Diamond Creek is overdue for some attention and support. Thank you. That is the submission. And the next submission, let me make sure I get this right, is from Vince Bagiusauskas. Apologies, Vince, if I've butchered your surname. Dear councillors, Vince writes, as a local resident, I am able to often observe how Ryan's Reserve is used. The largest flat grassy area to the west of the barbecue shelter is often used during the warmer months as a boot camp training area. The flat area, lacking in some other playground areas, is also attractive for families as a place to kick a ball. The reserve is often passed by groups of cyclists heading towards the Doreen area. Also, anecdotally, it is a meeting point for cyclists. Presumably, both points are because it is a quiet road compared to Main Hurstbridge Road. The reserve and Broad Gully Road may in the future be promoted as a linking road to the northern regions for on-road cycling. Ryan's Reserve has over the last few years gained a good makeover. The manky equipment as described on Melbourne Playground's website. Yet what is lacking compared to several other larger playgrounds in the Shire is a toilet block for the benefit of residents and visitors such as cyclists. Therefore, I urge the councillors' to prioritise improvements on Ryan's Reserve as being complementary to the use of the playground. And that's Vince's submission. The next submission is from Deborah Schultz, owner of Diamond Creek Community Hub Facebook group. And Deborah writes, I would like to put my support in writing for the revitalisation of Ryan's Reserve, Broad Gully Road, Diamond Creek. As a mother of 3 teens and someone who is fairly active in our community, I fully support the proposed works of the long-awaited toilet block, the 3x3 basketball court, scooter loop, and a refresh of the playground. I sincerely hope this goes ahead. We live very close to this park and use it often. I believe the community works would be very gratefully received for these improvements. Thanks so much. That's Deborah's submission. Belinda Kelly is the next submission, and I do note her submission is quite lengthy. I'll do my best, but it probably won't get done in 3 minutes. Belinda writes, the current proposed works include the construction of a toilet block, upgrade of current playground and supporting infrastructure, 3x3 basketball court and scooter loop. Additional proposed works include upgrade of the current Ryan's Reserve pedestrian trail to a sealed pedestrian trail, Penton Court to Broad Gully Road, approximate length 210 metres. Ryan's Reserve is an established open space and playground with barbecue and shelter facilities located on Broad Gully Road, Diamond Creek. The reserve also includes a moderate-sized bushland environment that is utilised by local residents for walking, bike riding via trails, and exploration/learning, e.g. flora and fauna education opportunities. The upgrade of facilities and inclusion of the proposed infrastructure will provide residents with better access to the reserve via a sealed trail, participate in activities that are not currently available locally, scooter. Similar local facilities are over 1 kilometre away from the location of Ryan's Reserve, with the exception of a traditional skate park, which is predominantly utilised by older children, teenagers and adults, and therefore not suitable for younger children due to safety and risk concerns. The submission supporting the grant application for the revitalisation of Ryan's Reserve, Diamond Creek, fulfills the necessary criteria outlined in the Park Revitalisation Grant Programme as per below. Why is this project required? Upgrading and diversifying the facilities at Ryan's Reserve will encourage a greater number of local residents to participate in outdoor activities and learning with the provision of updated play equipment, the inclusion of a basketball court and scooter loop, and the construction of public toilets. These are all amenities that do not exist in the immediate local area and therefore may not be accessible to a diverse range of local residents due to distance, access, and convenience. The introduction of a scooter park will enable younger children a safe space to exercise and learn new skills and would improve safety and minimize potential risk due to the impact of older children that would traditionally attend the Diamond Creek skate park. The addition of a sealed access trail from Penton Court to Broad Gully Road through Ryan's Reserve will improve access to the reserve for residents and therefore increase the number numbers attending the park, and negate the need to traverse the local roads. Some
Thank
with
you.
high terrain
Thank you,
gradients.
Carl. Sorry, that's 3 minutes up.
That's okay. Let me just, sorry, okay. The next submission is from Natalie Flint. And Natalie writes, in relation to the above grant application, I wish to voice my support for the application of funds to make desperately needed improvements to Ryan's Reserve in Broad Gully Road, Diamond Creek. Ryan's Reserve in Broad Gully Road, Diamond Creek is frequented by many locals who live north of Broad Gully Road. It is already equipped with some basic play equipment and a covered barbecue area. However, it desperately needs a toilet block to make it more user-friendly. The reserve is one of only 2 recreation reserves north of Broad Gully Road, the other being Wadeson Reserve in Everleigh Drive. Other reserves or recreational spaces are not flat enough to build a toilet block on, nor are they centrally located. The Ryan's Reserve in Broad Gully Road is not only visited by families, mostly on foot, but is also serviced by the local bus routes and school bus runs. There is a large grassy area that can be partially retained while also adding to it the variety of the basketball court and scooter track. This upgrade will assist in bringing our community together by providing, by providing a vital outdoor meeting and recreation space for Nillumbik residents of all ages and abilities. There are currently no reserves north of Broad Gully Road that include toilet facilities, despite it being on a major thoroughfare for thousands of families living north of the Gibson Street Bridge, including all of the new housing developments on Collard Drive. For the thousands of residents, a large majority of whom are young families, it is a vital recreation space that is used by families and exercise groups. Commonly, families with young children or adults with special needs are unable to use the park in its current form due to the lack of toilet facilities. However, with the proposed upgrade, thousands of families will benefit from the open space available to them. I personally use the park quite often. However, as a mother of 3 young children, it's not only them who often need a toilet facility. We rarely stay long as the facilities are not sufficient enough. I desperately urge all councillors to please support this application to upgrade the Ryan's Reserve to a safe, inclusive recreation space that will give residents on this side of Diamond Creek a place to enjoy the outdoor environment of our Green Wedge. And that is the submission. How am I going? 17 into 18. Yep. The next submission, councillors, is from Colleen Hackett, and it reads as follows. So many problematic things are happening presently in Nillumbik with disturbing and inappropriate applications before council to which I feel obligated to object. So it is with great pleasure that I express my delight and comment favourably on government grants for local parks projects. Firstly, may I commend Diamond Creek Ward Councillor Peter Perkins for the work he does in his local community. And whilst I do not live in Diamond Creek now, I am a former resident and have many friends there. I also shop there for goods and services that are not available to me in my much smaller community. Before COVID, I exercised regularly in Diamond Creek, walking with friends and family whilst awaiting construction of the Hurst Bridge to Diamond Creek Trail, a project supported by Peter Brock over 25 years ago and brought back to life in 2013 by a local community group of which I am a member. I see no improvements are suggested for Hurst Bridge where I live, so I would like to express my support for an upgrade to the Ryan's Reserve in Diamond Creek, named for the well-known pioneering Ryan family, Sadly, I note the recent passing of Jock Ryan, whose community service and contribution to the Diamond Creek Historical Society will be remembered with gratitude. It would be a fitting time for this commemorative park to be upgraded. Diamond Creek, with 15,000 residents, is our second largest major activity centre, and the upgrading of Ryan's Reserve will be a popular choice for this grant money. The construction of a toilet, now is the time to do this with a generous grant from the state government, thus obviating future expenditure at this location. I see the most exciting aspect of this upgrade as the construction of a 3-on-3 basketball court, a fitting addition to one of the most popular sporting pursuits in Nillumbik, and a great addition to the sporting facilities available in Diamond Creek. I commend this project to you. Thank you for the opportunity to express my support. And that's Colleen's submission. The next submission is from Graham Jackson, and Graham writes, I write in support of Councillor Perkins' grant application to the state government for the revitalisation of Ryan's Reserve. In these difficult times, it is more important than ever to provide opportunities for young people to engage in outdoor activities. While Diamond Creek is well serviced with recreational facilities south of Main Hurstbridge Road, there is a dearth of such resources around Ryan's Reserve. The need for additional resources in this area is exacerbated by the steep gradients and trend towards higher building densities, 121 Broad Gully Road, Helen Court, meaning there are less safe flat spaces for young people to engage in informal recreational activities. At the moment, Ryan's Reserve is well set up with play equipment for younger children and a sheltered barbecue. But what are older children to do? And who wants to have a BBA, I think barbecue, if they have to return home for toileting? Councillor Perkins' proposal would lead to a great increase in patronage for a currently underutilised facility. My own children, now in their 20s, told me they would have been more frequent visitors to this reserve if these improvements had been installed when they were younger. In fact, it was my son who encouraged me to write this submission. I understand the role of councillors to balance competing demands, but I strongly urge you to support this valuable and much needed project. That's the end of the submission, and I think you'll be pleased the last time you have to listen to me for a while.
There was one further. Oh.
Yeah, the final submission from Dan Nicholson, and Dan writes, I am writing in support of Councillor Peter Perkins with regards to the submission of a grant application to the state government for the revitalisation of Ryan's Reserve on Broad Gully Road, Diamond Creek. I am a local resident who for many years has been disappointed at the dilapidated and suboptimal use of the land at Ryan's Reserve, Diamond Creek. This is a popular spot frequented by many local families due to being on the walking commute into town, and has a strong potential to be developed into a first-class local amenity. My young children enjoy playing at the reserve. However, there are limited options for them to play there, and the grass area is boggy or marshy. There is no flat area for them to ride their bikes or scooters. There are limited alternatives in the area for such an opportunity, given the ongoing residential developments and increasingly busy roads preventing younger children with safe and easy access to potential play areas further afield in the town. In addition to this, there are currently no public toilets within a significant area of this reserve, and due to the heavy foot traffic both through the reserve and along Broad Gully Road in general, it would be a valuable asset to the community to have such a facility installed. I hope this proposal will be given the credence it deserves and due consideration made to applying for said grant to further enhance the livability of this part of Diamond Creek. And that, I believe, is the final submission. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Cowie. I'll now hand it over to, go back to my papers. Can I have a mover for the motion, please? Councillor Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move the motion as recommended by the staff, the officers, and that is that the committee acting under delegation of council, number one, endorses the following projects in order of priority to be submitted for funding through the Local Parks Program Park Revitalisation. Number one is a revitalisation of the Eltham Skate Park up to a total project value of $600,000. And number two is a revitalisation of Ryan's Reserve in Diamond Creek up to a total project value of $500,000. Secondly, the council provides the CEO with delegation to approve contracts associated with any successful applications under the Local Parks Program Park Revitalisation up to the total project cost identified in the submission.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Brooker, back to you, Councillor Perkins.
So this Local Parks Park Revitalisation grant program follows on from the Pocket Park program, where council decided to rightly put in a grant application for Andrew Park in Eltham up to $1.3 million. So the state government are investing serious dollars in terms of upgrading local parks right across the metropolitan area. Indeed, it's $154 million in what is their suburban parks program investment. So it's a great program. The submitters we've heard tonight, we know that we've got this absolutely right in terms of our priority and where council is heading on this. We heard from our BMX riders and some of their families. It made me think I should be wearing a tie when the BMX riders come to a council meeting with a tie, and I'm not. But it was great to hear from them. Certainly, there is no doubt that the Eltham Skate Park is in need of an upgrade, and a grant application put to support that to the state government will be well looked upon. There is no doubt with the good work that Heath Gillett has done in terms of the BMX strategy. There's certainly broad support for the Eltham Skate Park grant proposal, and I certainly support that one. And of course, I do support, we heard from the majority of submitters tonight, we're supporting the Ryan's Reserve in Diamond Creek. We heard from Stuart Callaghan, who is the president of the Diamond Valley Basketball Association, and he presented to us just how widespread basketball is, not just throughout Diamond Creek, but really throughout the Shire in terms of his association's reach. But we know that there are many, many people that play basketball who aren't part of the association or aren't part of a formalised club, and that's what the 3-on-3 basketball does. If council proceeds to award this grant application in this pocket park in Diamond Creek, it's an area that we know, we've heard from the submitters, it's a very highly residential area. It's a pocket park. In terms of density, it's probably one of the most dense population densities in Nillumbik. It's within walking distance for many, many people. It's also, all the facilities there are facilities that will be available to people free of charge. Currently, if people want to play basketball, it's not easy. They've got to join a club and pay their fees and be involved in potentially playing on a stadium, which we know right across the Shire we have a massive lack of, and there's certainly much more work that needs to be done in basketball across the Shire. I don't doubt that. We do need a basketball strategy to try to roll out some of those stadium developments, but on a much smaller scale, the 3x3 or 3-on-3 basketball to roll that out across the Shire, it's a great initiative. It gives kids and parents and everybody the opportunity to play basketball free of charge and not have to necessarily join a club. So I think the nature of community consultation, we've certainly heard from the community what they think of these two grant applications. Very, very well supported. It certainly goes well to when these applications are put to the state government, we'll be able to demonstrate very easily how broadly these two grants are supported. Importantly, we're not putting all our eggs in one basket in terms of, applying for 2 grants in one ward. We're looking at applying for the Eltham Skate Park in Eltham, and also the Ryan's Reserve in Diamond Creek. And I think when we are looking for state government support, and there's only 2 grants that we can submit, it's important that we do share the love across the Shire. And I think that's exactly what this recommendation has done. I think the officers have done a fantastic job in doing the work on BMX. It's interesting to note, and I think Councillor Rankin drew our attention to it the other day. The other recreational facilities and spaces for young people, as detailed in the report on page 63 of the agenda papers, the second highest recreational facility that young people wanted to see, on top of BMX skating, was BMX use was basketball. But certainly basketball is highly sought after by young people in right across the Shire. I think, just once again, just like to congratulate the officers, the community consultation that's gone around this. I think if we applied for these 2 grants, we've got very good chance of success on both of them. So I look forward to the grant applications.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. It was Councillor Brooker that seconded you. Councillor Brooker.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I have to acknowledge as well the role of the state government in this program. $154 million, of which Nillumbik can submit 2 projects to a maximum value of $300,000 each. This is an occasion where with $1 for $1 matching funding is available, a reasonable amount of borrowings can occur. And before anyone misrepresents my views, the 1.75% rate increase also allowed a provision for borrowings. The Eltham Skate Park is Nillumbik's preferred option. This tranche of the program of $10 million can be applied for by 32 Melbourne Metropolitan Councils. So if you do the maths, and I have, 32 councils will receive $300,000 with a total amount of $400,000 left over. So I just would, I guess I'm always a pessimist on council, and Councillor Perkins tends to be the optimist. I'm really hopeful that both of these grants will be successful. That said, there's, a maximum of 332 councils who are competing for this money. In the typical way this is done, you would expect all of these metro councils to be successful with 1 grant application. And the normal inclination from government is to spread the benefits of funding as widely as possible. That suggests to me that the preferred application will be the only application that is not just supported in Nillumbik, but more broadly, the first application from the 31 other councils will be the one most likely to be supported. The Eltham Skate Park does, we hope, help address a problem that's been identified in the last month or so. That said, the larger problem of having a fit-for-purpose, well-maintained, accessible BMX track remains. I just want to acknowledge Joey, Tay and Kylie, who've spoken in relation to the Eltham Skate Park. They were fantastic, tie and all, as Councillor Perkins said. Now, the problem here, I think, long term, is we do have to have a look at the BMX track we do have in Eltham. It has a number of shortcomings that have been identified through the consultation process. Certainly we need to ramp up our real funding of this and providing public infrastructure for BMX riding. We know that is what council is providing is inadequate, and we know that by virtue of the fact that there's 17 BMX circuits that have been constructed informally across the Shire at present. So that remains to be seen. So all I can say is we really hope for both. Councillor Perkins is optimistic. I would say certainly the messaging seems to be at minimum a toilet upgrade for Ryan's Reserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Booker. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly wish to support the revitalisation of the Eltham Skate Park, which is actually on the border between my ward and Councillor Jurmerich's ward. It sits right on the boundary there. And something which I've spoken about to a number of youth and others over the journey, and it's a great opportunity to be able to achieve an upgrade to that particular park, which will be seen, I think, more as a regional facility than anything else. It does sit close to the railway line and everything else, so it actually also sits in a location which is not of detriment to residential amenities. So I've got no hesitation and commend the submitters tonight with respect to that. I can't, however, support the application for Ryan's Reserve. I'd have to say at the outset that this, if you read through the recommendations, this is more about getting a toilet block at Ryan's Reserve, and then there are some ancillary benefits. When we talked about this in a briefing session last week, the recommendations from officers at the end of the day were about developing the master plan for Eltham Park, which had been a long-held master plan, but had very little money allocated to it across the journey. And that was the recommendation. They were seeking to maximise some grant funding we'd already allocated, and it was the direction that officers were recommending. There's no doubt Councillor Perkins has taken the opportunity with a series of Facebook tweets here to try and encourage as many people to support an application that he possibly can. And I guess it's up to any of us, if we wanted to send out that many tweets to be able to encourage support for something in your ward, anybody could generate these sorts of determinations. I certainly had commentary from the Wildcats, who are desperately keen for this facility to be located in this area with its massive population, and its numbers, like a lot of these basketball clubs, comes from right across the Shire, from far north in the Shire right to the southern part of the Shire. But the opportunity to be able to finally implement this Eltham Lower Master Plan is something that we should not miss. I've sat here now for nearly 4 years, and I've never heard Councillor Perkins raise Ryan's Reserve at any budget meeting whatsoever. It is at best opportunistic and not been on the agenda of the council preceding this opportunity for a grant. Now, you know, I understand within an election period only some months away that you'd grab what you can and try and get it for your ward. Nothing untoward about that, and, you know, understand political move. But at the end of the day, our plan for our Shire sets out master plans and sets out budgets for them, and that's what we need to adhere to. Where the officers left us originally, not to fall into the trap of just listening to the outcome of a bunch of tweets that Councillor Perkins sent out over the weekend. That's not how we should be doing business at all.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'll be voting against this, but certainly for the skate park, and then moving an alternate recommendation.
Any other councillors wish to speak? Right of reply, Councillor Perkins.
Yeah, thank you. And I just, you know, for the record, I'm not on Twitter. I've never sent out one tweet. I'm you know, it hasn't happened. And you know, Councillor Clark perhaps lives in his own little world. In terms of the master plan for the Diamond Creek, for the Eltham Lower Park, it is budgeted $80,000. Is in the existing budget. That's what proposed to spend on the Eltham Lower Park master plan. It has never been more than $80,000. It's in the budget. That work can proceed. And, you know, we've got a following agenda item is the Eltham Lower Park Master Plan review. So certainly there's still a lot of work to be done there yet. We've got some landscape designs that haven't yet been looked at by community in terms of what Councillor Clark wants to do at Eltham Lower Park. Well, we haven't heard from anybody yet. So we'll take that as read. This is an important program. It's not just about my ward. It is about you know, really the northern parts of the Shire. Councillor Clark, of course, he wants both grant opportunities in his own ward, and that's certainly what he's arguing for. He's arguing for state government support for the Eltham Skate Park, and I support him on that. He's also arguing for state government support for Eltham Lower Park. Well, you know, really, to give Nillumbik the best chance, we need to diversify the love a little bit. You know, Eltham does get a good go, Councillor Clark. We've just put a grant application in for Andrew Park in Eltham, $1.3 million. This grant for Ryan's Reserve in Diamond Creek is a good fit. It's a fit for what this grant process is designed to do. It's a much better fit than Eltham Lower Park. So, Councillor Clark is also seeking re-election. He's running around trying to get the state government to spend as much money as he can in his ward, and by the same token, really just does do nothing to engender good relationships between the state government and council, particularly his continual attacks on Vicky Ward and Danielle Green.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. And nobody else wishes to speak? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendation? All those against? And that is not carried.
Mayor, I'd like to move an alternate motion, considering that one was lost, please.
Do you have that up available to put on the screen?
I'd like to keep point 1, endorse the following projects in order. Part 1, revitalise the Eltham Skate Park up to the total project value of $600,000. And then number 2, revitalisation of the Eltham Lower Park, including the front entrance landscaping, 3-on-3 outdoor basketball, dog park, signage, Linchester Farm upgrades and other action items in the master plan up to a total project value of $600,000. And point number 2, as per the original motion, provides the Chief Executive Officer with a delegation to approve contracts associated with any successful applications under the Local Parks Program. Park revitalisation up to the total project cost identified in the submission.
Thank you, Councillor Rankin. Do you have a, excuse me, a seconder for the motion? Councillor Clark, back to you, Councillor Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I absolutely in support of the skate park and the BMX upgrade there as well. As most of you know, my sons were both involved in BMX riding, and Joey and to the rest of the crew, you did an awesome presentation. Been down to Dymo Trails a couple of times myself, and I think the BMX track and skate park is certainly in need of an upgrade, and there's no question about that. You've heard that from the other councillors earlier tonight. The part that I couldn't support in the previous motion was for the Ryan's Reserve. The 3-on-3, as we heard from Stuart, and it was great that Stuart came along this evening for Diamond Valley Basketball Association. Whilst I haven't actually met Stuart, I am a big supporter, again, as most of you know. My children have been involved in basketball in the area as well, so I'm an absolute advocate of basketball, and particularly the 3-on-3. I asked the question to Stuart about basketball courts, and this is something that I have brought up with this group time and time again over the last 4 years, that we as a community, as a shire, we are so short of basketball courts. And this is something that Councillor Perkins has only just got onto in the last couple of months. It doesn't matter whether it's at Ryan's Road or wherever. Councillor Perkins got on to Greg Jeffers, the CEO of the Wildcats, first time in 10 years, and Councillor Perkins has been there. But needless to say, it's great that he's showing some interest in basketball after 10 years. Wildcats or Diamond Valley Basketball Association, at the end of the day, it's about getting the kids out and getting them off the screens, as one of Councillor Perkins's speakers endorsed, that we're all about getting the kids out and getting them off the screens. The 3x3 courts add a unique mix to the basketball arena, so to speak, and being part of an Olympic sport now, it's very important that as a shire that we support that. Here I'm suggesting and recommending that we put in a 3x3 into the Eltham Lower Park area. And why there rather than Ryan's Road? Because there's already toilets there. There's already solid infrastructure there. You've got solid car parking around that area as well. It's safe for the kids. It's safe for the parents. There's plenty of car parking, plenty of toilets. And if you go down on a Sunday and walk across the Oval, you can even get a sausage from the Rotary Club of Eltham while you're waiting for a train ride. So there's so many options. And the youth in this area is something that we really need to build on and capture even further. I just think that it makes more sense to be able to put a 3x3 into the Eltham Lower Park and bring it up as part of that master plan, which I'll discuss in the next item that we bring up this evening. But I'm looking for the support of other councillors this evening. It's not a no that we don't need 3x3. It's a yes, we do. It's a yes, we need more courts of basketball right across the Shire. And I encourage whether we as a collective group are still here in November or not, but I think as council we need to be able to really advocate strongly. We've tried to get some additional basketball courts and some planning ready for Fabro's fields down there. We've got the support of the Wildcats, and the Wildcats have actually got the support of Basketball Australia, Basketball Victoria and the NBL, all three of them. And they're looking for the support there. And again, Stuart advised us that it didn't matter whereabouts the courts were, we are short of courts. Wow, I've taken up my nearly 5 minutes. So I think I'll wrap it up there. Councillors, I'm looking for your support on this one. I think it's got some solid merits here. The infrastructure down at Eltham Lower Park is already there. It's safe car parking. The people that would live off, or that are living opposite Broad Gully Road, opposite Ryan's Road Reserve, I question whether they would like all the extra cars along there when there's 3x3 basketball being played there. And I just don't believe that there's the safety aspect down at Ryan's Reserve at this point in time. And I think the Eltham Lower Park would be the ideal scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rankin. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you. Again, just to restate the support for the Eltham skate park. These are quite different and distinct projects. The skate park sort of stands alone, again, as a regional type project. In terms of the other project we're seeking to support, I'd certainly contend that this is about the equitable distribution of funds across the Shire. We're just coming to the conclusion of the building of a regional park in Diamond Creek, over $2.5 million having been expended on that exercise. Eltham Lower Park is equally a regional park at the southern end of the Shire. It's had very little expenditure over the last decade. Certainly as a park structure, it exists. It has a couple of ovals. It has uniquely the Eltham Diamond Valley Miniature Railway. And you know, lacrosse is played down there as well, and there is a playground. But it is a master plan without a funding base. And it's been a master plan without a funding base, certainly since I've been elected. Councillors have indicated that I've certainly argued for some level of funding. I argued for the upgrade of the master plan, which is about to be dealt with in the next item. But it has lacked a funding base as a regional park for this precinct. It has massive numbers of people that utilise it, as one anticipates will occur in Diamond Creek when it's formally opened in a month or so. So this is very much about trying to get a much lesser amount of money for a park than what was spent up in Diamond Creek. And we'll be able to enable some of the master plan works which have well underway or need to be well underway, and is certainly in terms of the current park is outdated for what it suits. There are some components of Eltham Lower Park which in part are unsafe, and we need to deal with that. Equally, it does have some base infrastructure, i.e. it's got some car parking within the precinct, which will enable it to be able to support the use of 3x3. Like Councillor Rankin, I had calls and seeking support from the Wildcats and from other basketball users in the area. And again, this location for some 3x3 basketball within the precinct will be very much supported by the locals in that regional park precinct. It will have the benefit and the broader support, certainly of not only my ward, but Councillor Nillumbik ward and Councillor Rankin's ward. And, you know, virtually half of the municipality will garner the benefit of this at the southern end, as the other half of the electorate will garner the benefit of the Diamond Creek Park. So I do see it as very much a matter of equity across the Shire, and I call on the state members, and I congratulate the state government and Vicky Ward for support of this particular project, despite what Councillor Perkins seeks to infer. We've had a good working relationship.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Demerit.
I don't support this motion on the basis this is a local parks revitalisation program. As Councillor Clark rightly points out, Lower Eltham Park is a regional park. And I suppose it's to look at what we get. You know, the reason we need car parking in Lower Eltham Park is because no one lives within walking distance of it. If you go straight across the road, you hit 2 to 3 k's of parklands. You have the industrial area on the other side of the high school, and you have a number of residents on large blocks immediately around it. And as you will see on every Sunday, the car parks are full as people drive in from all around the place to go to this park. The park, which is being neglected, is a local park, is in one of the densest areas. And what we're getting in that park, in Lower Eltham Park, we get an upgrade of the gates and some nice new plantings. In the Ryan's Reserve Park, you actually get things that local kids can walk to, local families can walk to. Councillor Clark forgets the inclusion of the Eltham Butterfly Playground, which is a really big investment and an award-winning set of toilets that were put into that park. I remember going down for the plantings there, so that's probably 4 or 5 years ago before I was on council. And, you know, it does have fantastic facilities, has fantastic facilities with the miniature railway, with the butterfly park. Other areas do need upgrading, but as I said, it is a major regional park. It's not a local parks revitalisation program. And for most of what we're getting out of it is, you know, landscaping and beautification of gates and that type of thing at this stage. So again, for this type of money, I'd rather see kids, you know, playing basketball and on their scooter loop and walking to their local park rather than getting mum and dad to drive them down on the weekend to the regional park. I can't agree with Councillor Rankin's idea that we need to fund all Olympic sports. You know, we don't need a synchronised swimming in Eltham Lower Park. We don't need rifle shooting or skating or, you know, skis. So I'm not sure where that's heading, but as I say, I just think that the money could be better spent on a small regional area. You know, we have councillors screaming about the lack of facilities out to the north. We have an opportunity to put something there and we're not taking it.
Thank you, Councillor Demerit. Over to you, Councillor Brooker.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this has been a pretty dispiriting kind of experience to what we've gone through tonight. I'd have to temper that by saying I don't believe that the Eltham Lower Park grant will be successful, as I flagged earlier. So in that sense, I'm not as devastated probably as I should be, and what certainly the people from Ryan's Reserve will be. And I certainly think it's only Councillor Clark that can say this is about equity. And when he is funding Eltham Skate Park and then Eltham Lower Park and makes the argument that it's about equity. And Councillor Rankin that says, you know, the reason why it needs to be at Eltham Lower Park is because there's existing infrastructure there. Well, that's the very point, isn't it? He's absolutely nailed the very point of the exercise. There is no infrastructure at Ryan's Reserve. So that is why, on an equity basis, we need to invest in that area. We don't just keep piling dollars and dollars on existing assets and say the reason we're doing this is the infrastructure already exists. If that is your criteria, well then goodness help the rest of us and the rest of Nillumbik, because really there'll be a lot of money spent at Eltham Ox Park and at Eltham Lower Park and Eltham Central and Eltham North Reserve into the future. So I would say, I mean, Councillor Rankin had the opportunity to ask the people who spoke in favour of Ryan's Reserve this question: do you really want the traffic impacts that a 3x3 basketball court is going to generate? But he did not ask that question. And he did not ask that question very deliberately and very intentionally, because he does not want to hear the answer to that question. So he merely surmises that, of course, those people in Ryan's Reserve, they won't want the traffic the 3x3 basketball court will create. It's really a rather, discouraging kind of performance, I would have to say. I do say I say that with $300,000 and 32 councils, that's 9,600,000. I think most will apply up to the maximum. That would leave one council that might get two, depending on how things go. So I think the actual exercise is somewhat moot, but really as an example of how things should work, it's not a good reflection on anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooker. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Perkins.
So naturally, I can't support this motion put by Councillor Rankin, and I'm just I'm amazed at how we've arrived here. Councillor Rankin, you have no idea of community consultation. You don't want to listen to the ratepayers. You don't want to listen to the people who elected you. You got here on a handful of votes last time. Anyway, we'll see what happens. But you go against all idea of what an elected representative should do. Where we were a week ago, we discussed this. It was only Councillor Clark that had an issue with the recommendation. It had broad support of 4 out of 7 councillors. Certainly, Councillor Ashton, I'm amazed at your turnaround in the last 7 days. You were supporting Ryan's Reserve in Diamond Creek. You were supporting it on the basis that it delivered something to the rural parts of the Shire. That Ryan's Reserve was closer to your ward than the furthest reaches of southern Eltham. That really does the Ryan's Reserve, the Eltham Lower Park. We know will service Manningham much better than it will your ward. So your turnaround is incredible. I'm incredibly disappointed. We talk about, yes, Diamond Creek is about to get a regional playground, and that was totally funded by the state government. Nothing put in by council. It's the first regional playground for Diamond Creek. It's the 4th regional playground for the Shire. And guess where the other 3 are? The other 3 that have already been opened, and one of them that I partially opened as an expansion when I was mayor in 2012. They're all in Eltham. So 3 regional playgrounds in Eltham, and 1 soon to be opened in Diamond Creek. This is a pocket park program. This is not for people to drive to put car parks in a facility. Councillor Brooker nailed it in terms of what this grant opportunity is about, and it's allowing people to walk out their front door and walk 5-10 minutes and get to a pocket park that is something better than what exists down there at the moment, with a couple of swings. It's incredible that we can sit here as a council and talk about community consultation, sit here for an hour and listen to the public, listen to what their request was not mentioned. So Councillor Rankin comes in from the side and he wants to put 3-on-3 basketball in the Eltham Lower Park, an area that is already overutilised. It's a very, very busy area. It attracts people from right across metropolitan Melbourne. You know, well, it's just amazing. I hope some residents of Alice Ward are here to watch your performance, Councillor Rankin and Councillor Clark. This is what I've had to deal with for the last 4 years.
Councillor Perkins. Right of reply, Councillor Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor. Really, Councillor Perkins, this should come as no surprise to you. You knew last week that I wasn't in support of the Ryans Road project. The 3x3 is a very important component, and just to set the record straight, I never said that we should support all Olympic sports, Councillor Dimerick. So we should certainly support the up and coming Olympic sport of 3x3 basketball. The population around Eltham Lower Park is quite substantial. There's a lot of people that live close by. They walk over there. There is quite a bit of traffic there, particularly for the well-visited tourism component of the Nillumbik Shire, being the Diamond Valley Miniature Railway. There should be no surprises here. I've been supportive of basketball the whole way through. We've done some fabulous projects as a group. Councillor Brooker sits there and laughs, but we've done an awesome project, Parkways. And it was a fantastic project. We've done an awesome project in Diamond Creek as well with the tram. We've all committed to that as a group. We've done some great pavilions together as a group as well. So I take those personal attacks quite personally, actually, and I've always been a supporter of sports, and
so you should.
And I think that really here we are supporting another park project. It's got some substantial benefits there in that area, and for that I'm looking for some support from council to be able to get on with it and get the Eltham Lower Park project completed the way it should be. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Rankin. We'll put it to the vote. So all those in favour of the motion? All those against? And that is carried.
Division.
All those in favour? Councillor Egan, Councillor Clark, Councillor Rankin, Councillor Ashton. All those against? Councillor Dimerick, Councillor Brooker and Councillor Perkins. Thank you, councillors. Our next item is FN 02220, Eltham Lower Park Master Plan Review, and we have 5 submitters. The first 4 are via Zoom, and they should all be in the chat. Jim Connor is our first member speaker, and he's speaking twice, once on behalf of the Friends of Diamond Creek and secondly as himself. Then we have Nada Cunningham and Sue Dyatt, and then following that we have a submission to be read by the CEO, which is that of Annie Rennie. So Jim, welcome. Can you hear me?
I can, Councillor Clark. I'm just looking for myself. Here I am.
That's it.
Thanks very much, councillors. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of the Friends of Diamond Creek in this presentation. The Friends of Diamond Creek is a volunteer group that's been going nearly 30 years, specialising in planting and maintaining parts of the Eltham Lower Park. The group generally supports the retaining the current master plan, and we congratulate council and particularly Heath Gillett for the work that they've done. Both Heath and Councillor Clark were involved in the consultation process, which was very encouraging. The Friends of the Diamond Creek offer general support, but in doing that, we encourage council to provide the ongoing need for financial and operational support at the park for our group, but also on the broader Nillumbik areas for other environmentally based volunteer groups as well. The planting and maintaining areas that we undertake extend right throughout the Eltham Lower Park, but particularly in the environmental and habitat corridor between the large playground, which has been referenced earlier, and the Diamond Creek itself. That is where we have concentrated our work for nearly 30 years. And we are very, very conscious of the environmental significance of that part of the park, as well as other aspects of the park as well. I'm very conscious that you have a lot of people speaking tonight, so I won't take up too much other time on that. And I just look forward to retaining the master plan that we've talked about and that has been broadly consulted on, and also continuing to support the Friends of Diamond Creek and the other existing stakeholder groups at the park. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, councillors.
Councillor Perkins.
Yeah, thanks for submitting, Jim. I'm not sure whether you're in a position to answer this, but you're probably as shocked as I am. I've mentioned Friends of Diamond Creek. Had they considered 3-on-3 basketball as part of the master plan review?
Councillor, I'm not prepared to comment on that on the Friends of Diamond Creek, but when I speak on my behalf, I am definitely prepared to comment on it.
Oh, okay, so Friends of Diamond Creek had no knowledge of it? Is it fair to say?
No comment.
He's
no
not
comment.
prepared to speak.
Well,
Any
I don't know.
questions?
I don't know how anyone can ask Jim a question.
Quite easily. Councillor Perkins asked me that question when I do my next presentation.
Jim, I'll ask you a question. Can you tell me, because I can't remember and I can't find, I've got so many documents in front of me, how long have you been consulting on this, or how long have you been aware of this particular project? It's been quite a while, I understand.
Which particular project, Councillor?
The master plan review, the current.
Yes, I have been aware of it for some time, and I was involved in the earlier master plan program, and I've been involved in ELP for nearly 40 years. We were involved in the extensive master plan program, I think it was 2008. And right. in terms of this program, we've been involved and connected from the start, and we had a consultation with Councillor Clark and also Heath Gillett talking about our thoughts and directions on that together, myself and other members of the group.
Right, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Joan, Councillor Ashton, I mean.
Thanks, Jim. I also remember various, previous master plans for Eltham Park. Is there anything of significance that's actually occurred there based on any of these previous plans? Anything that's actually occurred?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What would you say?
The extensive boardwalk on the northern side. No, that's not the northern side. It's on the western side. Yeah. There was a lot of work went into that after the last master plan, and we spent a lot of time ensuring that the environmental aspects of that section were retained and protected. And that was one of the first extensive boardwalks that was placed in Nillumbik, and has worked very well. And I mean, I ride through there in normal times 3 to 4 times a week and walk through there, and it's extremely popular. As well as that, the accessible, what we call the butterfly playground, was installed as well, together with the toilets, the additional car parking. That was all part of that process.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? If not, we'll go over to your second submission, Jim. And this is your personal one.
That's right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Definitely my personal one. I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone else. And I personally also congratulate Council on the impending master plan review. And it is really an update of what has happened in the past, as Councillor Ashton has just touched on, and also required future actions as well. The review sets out an established table on what has still needed to be done, but what has been achieved. Look, ELP has a marvellous history, including being a very strong Indigenous connection with the confluence of the Diamond Creek and the Yarra, around the Yarra itself, but also as an early racecourse, a racetrack, and there's a lot of history there. So I give overall support for retaining the existing master plan. I consider the landscape installation at the entrance that has been raised at the same time should be a separate matter, absolutely separate from the master plan process, and that should include effective community consultation. This has not had any real community consultation, this landscaping process. I've got other things I want to say, but I'm just astounded to hear about this 3-on-3 basketball. There's no mention in the master plan. There's been no discussion about that. There's been no consultation. I'm an avid supporter of basketball. I've played for 25 years. As a councillor of the Shire of Eltham, I obtained $50,000 contribution towards the Wildcat Stadium. It would not have gone ahead without those funds. And the last time John Matthews, who was the project manager for that, introduced me to someone, he said quite clearly, we would not have those courts without the work Jim Connor did. So I'm an avid basketball player, ex-player, and supporter of that. But yeah, so what concerns me is that often our public open space is seen as an opportunity to put something there. It's actually public open space to be used as a non-competitive area, as a relaxed, informal space. The Diamond Valley Railway proposal has stirred up many ELP users, and I think it's just an absolutely over-the-top proposal, attempting to take over large swathes of Eltham Lower Park for a particular purpose that is used one afternoon a week, if that. But I'm pleased to see that DWELP and Melbourne Water and others have put up sufficient roadblocks to be overcome if any proposal is to proceed along those lines. I'm happy to stop there and happy to ask questions. I know you've got a full night tonight.
Thanks, Jim. Well, I think you've answered Peter Perkins' question already. So do you have another one, Councillor Perkins?
No, I'm happy to answer that question.
Yep.
Jim hasn't answered any question that I've asked yet. The only answer I got from Jim was no comment. Councillor
Perkins, that was no comment as a representative for the Friends of Diamond Creek.
Okay. Well, thanks, Jim. Just around, when did you first become aware of the notion of a 3x3 basketball court at Eltham Lower Park? Because I've just heard of it tonight in the last 20 minutes with a surprise move from Councillor Rankin and Councillor Clark.
I have the same time frame.
And do you support this as a proper process in terms of adopting a master plan review where the notion of 3-on-3 basketball was not even mentioned at any point to anybody, as far as I'm aware?
There's no provision in the existing master plan or in as far as I'm aware, in discussions. As I said, I'm a great supporter of basketball, but I question the process to be looking at trying to swing something into Eltham Lower Park as part of this review. I also question the car parking. There is a real difficulty. If anyone who has been there regularly on a Sunday morning or during Sunday will know that after 11 o'clock, you cannot find parking. There's cars just driving around looking for parking. So to think about introducing whatever other activity into that park that generates additional car parking, it's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. The damage has been caused to the plantings outside along Main Road over the years by overload parking. They park anywhere. If they've got a 4-wheel drive, they'll park up a tree if they can. So to think about introducing an additional traffic generating activity into the Eltham Lower Park, I think that is very, very short-sighted and is really not considering all the implications of that sort of proposal. As I said, I'm a great supporter of basketball.
Councillor,
just supplementary to that, when you consider and you've been around a while, a grant process, so council applies for a grant to the state government for something that's broadly supported by the community. In your experience or from the very, very limited consultation that has happened on this plan that has not included basketball at all, would you think that this grant could attract broad community support?
I would suggest there hasn't been limited consultation on the review, and it has been a desktop review, and I think the officers and have done very well, and Councillor Clark was involved in that. I think with any major project anywhere, there has to be extensive genuine community consultation, and on this proposal there hasn't been, as far as I can see. In fact, I usually keep my ear to the ground, and this is the first time I've heard about it in the ELP.
Any other questions from any other councillors? Councillor Clark. Sorry.
Thanks for your presentation, Jim. It's always helpful.
Thank you.
Two questions. I'm just interested in your comment, and I don't know that we touched on a lot of this because when we did meet with respect to the consultation, we mainly talked about sort of more the environmental and quiet spaces in the park. But there is sort of two playground areas in part here. There's one over near the what's called the butterfly sort of park area, and there is another one which is certainly in our own playground report is deemed as a very tired, out-of-date playground space originally set up by the Rotary Club over near the Hones Road facility. I just wonder what your view is about that, because that's essentially where the 3x3 basketball comes into the conversation in terms of that space, which is already used a lot for ball games, but in part, as kids there have picnics and, it's a lot of that sort of activity, more high activity type use in that location. I just wonder what you want to comment about that playground at all. And our own view and what we've been talking to Rotary and others is that this is where it does need an upgrade for this sort of use because it's tired and worn out in that space.
I'd agree. Thank you, Councillor. I'd agree that that playground is tired and worn out. And as you probably know, I've had a lot of experience and background in working in play spaces. And I was involved on the working group for the butterfly playground. Interestingly enough, Sue Dyatt, who's very actively involved with the Friends of the Diamond Creek, actually came up with the suggestion for the design to replicate a butterfly, and we're very fortunate she did. That playground, the fully accessible playground, does not cater very much for very young children. And when young children are in that space, they are mixing with older age group children. And that's where the former only playground that was there near Hones Road play space is, that's got tremendous potential, in my opinion, to be a play space for younger children. And I question the level of activity there. It is a passive space. It is used by family groups, particularly some of the regular family groups that meet there, and they use that in conjunction with the barbecues that are there and also the play equipment that are there. And I think that space should be retained as a play space, and this is the first time I've heard that it may not be, but also upgraded to cater for that, prep to 5-year-old age group preferably. And along with that, the importance of improving those horrible toilet facilities that are there.
Do you have another question, Councillor Clark?
Yes, I do. I'll comment on some of that in the speech when we get to the point of moving the resolution, Jim, but I appreciate your commentary and share some of those issues. My other question is with respect to sort of community consultation. And I know, as is indicated, you've been around a while listening to these sort of things. And often opportunities arise as a result of government grants. This one in itself, we debated earlier on, is only come to our attention in the last couple of weeks. I just wondered, with respect to, and you watch Eltham pretty closely, what sort of public consultation you would have seen on the $1.3 million grant, which we've just sought from the state government at Andrews Park? Whether you're aware of any public consultation, any discussion with anybody before we resolve to do that one.
Am I still on? Oh, yes, I'm still online. I agree. There's been very limited public consultation there, and if there had been, I would have had some certain comments to make about that. And it does concern me that if we're having a very open, transparent council, as this council has very clearly stated on many occasions, it needs to be one that brings the community along with it. And in some of these cases, appears to have been catering for specific groups and not necessarily the broader community. Andrews Park is an example of where we've got public open space that is a passive recreation space. And yet I'm concerned that if we're starting to overtake that with other infrastructure needs, particularly for specific groups, I think it's a tremendous initiative to be creating more accessible facilities at Andrews Reserve, Andrews Park. But I would be saying, look, don't put accessible tennis courts in there unless you've got the accessible car parking, you've got the paths of travel, you've got the toilets and shower facilities as well. So that's where the broader community consultation is important to pick up on that whole range of particular issues.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Jim? If not, thank you very much, Jim, for your submissions.
Thank you very much, councillors, for the opportunity.
Our next submitter is Nada Cunningham, and she's in the room. And if we could get you to unmute. Welcome, Nada. Hi,
Okay.
how are you?
Fine. Okay.
You have 3 minutes, and then councillors may want to ask you some questions, so fire away.
Okay. Good evening, councillors. I speak as an individual who's lived opposite Eltham Lower Park for 47 years, and in that time been involved in planting along both sides of the Diamond Creek. I've also been a member of the Friends of Diamond Creek for almost 30 years, and more recently a member of Friends of Eltham Lower Park. My concern with the Eltham Lower Park entrance is with the landscape plan, which covers the area known as the Pines Picnic Area, described in the planting notes as the Homes area, plus the roundabout. The planting notes state that the plant should be of local provenance and planting has been designed to integrate with the surrounding landscape. I have 2 issues with this. Only 5 of the 14 plants listed are of local provenance, and few of the remaining 9 would fit the description of integrating with the surrounding landscape. If the landscape plans are carried out, the first site which will greet walkers wanting to enter the park over the railway line at the Pine Creek station will be 61 Gymea lilies. These lilies, endemic to the coastal areas near Sydney, have 1 metre high sword-like leaves and a red flowering spike up to 6 metres high. Very bold and structural, but perhaps more suitable outside a city art gallery. As the walkers proceed along the asphalt park towards the road through the park, they'll pass 11 weeping figs, trees indigenous to tropical Queensland and Southeast Asia, and these trees will be in a row on their right. There are a further 9 of these figs lined up on the right-hand side of the vehicle access to the park. Given that the root system of these plants is described as aggressive, leading to cracked paving and damage to nearby structures, positioning them in each case next to existing paving seems a little strange. And rows of trees do not exactly tie in with the ambience of the park. Within this same area, 11 firewheel trees will be found. This tree is a striking Australian rainforest tree with its red flowers, but it, along with the weeping fig, will not integrate with the surrounding landscape. Apart from this, there is the question of why tropical rainforest plants have been selected for our ever-drying climate. Perhaps that's why the planting notes state that irrigation is to be considered for these trees and the proposed turf, perhaps. I do not understand why local plants are not being used. Eltham residents come to the park every day to walk and exercise their dogs in a tranquil environment created by the local Indigenous vegetation. Those who bring their children to ride the Diamond Valley Railway miniature trains also appreciate the bushy surroundings. Nobody wants a formal suburban park. Another important point to consider is the fact that the local Indigenous plants provide vital habitat for the many birds in Eltham's increasingly urbanised landscape, not to mention the wombats, echidnas, sugar gliders, and yes, snakes, which thrive in their current surroundings.
Thank you very much, Nada. I'm sorry, but your time has run out. Councillor Clark.
Nada, thank you for your presentation. Can I just say, none of what you've just said surprises me. Nonetheless, what we've had before us is a proposal by some officers with respect to a plan. The planting scheme, I think, is certainly subject to some debate. My question of you is one of, do you think it's simply, and it's a fairly simple question, before we proceed with any planting, we should garner some agreement with the Friends of Diamond Creek and the Eltham Lower Park on the planting schedule?
On the planting schedule or actual planting?
Well, both, but yeah, both.
Well, on the planting, I think there should be a complete revision of the planting. It just wouldn't be completely unsuitable.
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is that we might have a meeting, and I'll come to that in a minute, but we'll have a meeting of the groups, resolve what the appropriate planting in with the horticulturist, which is more native to the region, and be able to move on, I think is really what you're suggesting we need to do.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Perkins.
No, my concerns are, Councillor Clark of course wants to just, have a meeting with a couple of individuals and then, as he says, move on. But my concern is around the adequacy of the front entrance landscape plan. Certainly that needs to be reworked. Would you agree? And in conjunction with that, there needs to be a broader community consultation process where the broader community can have a look at the landscape plan and provide some input.
Much broader. And also the other point about this, as I haven't mentioned, is the fact that this would be very expensive. All these trees that are mentioned are going to be fairly large, I assume, and they're very expensive trees. The normal plants that we put in as part of Friends of Diamond Creek have been tube stock, which doesn't have to be watered again. These would need to be watered. It doesn't make any sense in any way.
And can you imagine how well a 3-on-3 basketball court would fit within this front entrance landscape plan?
No.
No, nor can I.
No.
Any other questions, councillors? If not, thank you very much, Nada, for your presentation. And we've got Sue in the waiting room. Welcome, Sue. Can you hear me? Welcome, Sue. How are you?
I'm hopefully here.
Yes, we can hear and see you. So you've got 3 minutes. You know the drill, and then councillors may wish to ask you some questions.
Right. The only problem is I can't see the time clock.
I'll tell you when you get to a minute. How about that?
That sounds good. Okay. I'm always stuck when filling out an application to speak at the future Nillumbik meeting. The question is always, am I speaking in favour or against? And that is especially hard when it appears that two disparate but connected issues are being put together and, I suppose, being voted as one. I am reminded of an episode of West Wing when this dilemma came up. Did this happen was it to slip in a possibly unpopular issue to be voted upon unnoticed, or was it a plan, in fact, to scuttle the other main issue? Now, not that I'm suggesting that this has happened here, but if I were a councillor, I would want to vote yes for the desktop review, which encompasses a wide range of significant issues. But then I would want to separate away from the desktop review decision the landscape plan in front of the park, because I think it's so remarkably appalling and hasn't had any local input. The desktop review has involved consultation with user groups, although not with the passive users of the park, and is a well-considered piece of investigation. Not that it's perfect in my eyes, but I'll make contact through council officers about my concerns. However, the landscape plan has miraculously appeared without any consultation, and I'm going to use the rest of my 3 minutes on this. However, I am glad that the park gates are coming back to rest. I don't know if the council has realised that by saying in the planting and maintenance plan that all large existing trees in good condition will be retained, may in fact result in all the pines going, as none of them are shown on the plan. I know they're past their time, but that change, together with the removal of the trees by Major Roads Project Victoria or the roundabout, will have a significant impact on the entrance and the gateway area. So moving on further, the plan also says all the plants should be of local provenance. Now, do I...
45 seconds left, Sue. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry?
Keep going. 45 seconds. I'll give you a few seconds after.
Thank you. I assume that they will be trucked down from Queensland and New South Wales, as that's where the plants originate. The first thing that happens if the trees come down, the soil is going to be improved, but then some more soil brought in. Turf is going to be laid, a watering system is to be considered, and then the fun starts with the planting schedule. These Gymea lilies are not little things. Each leaf is over a metre. The flower stalks, once they start flowering, are up to 6 metres high and are topped with a mop of red flowers. And has anyone seen any growing locally? there are a few in the Botanic Garden and near Birrarung Ma in the city. However, we get 61. And then there's the fire trees from Queensland, where they're grown in Nillumbik. I don't have one, and I don't have the time to look for them. So
Thanks,
please
Sue.
separate the landscape plan from the desktop review for further work and consultation, as Councillor Clark suggested.
Thank you, Sue, for your presentation.
Pass the rest of the paperwork.
Any questions from councillors? Councillor Perkins.
Sue, had you have known of it, it's impossible for you to have known about it because there's only 4 people on earth that knew about it up until about half an hour ago. But the inclusion of a 3-on-3 basketball court as part of the Eltham Lower Park, would you have thought, you know, if Councillor Clark had been working on this for so long, that might have rated a mention in the Eltham Lower Park Master Plan Review, and indeed, were you aware of Councillor Clark and Mini-Me's long held view to put 3-on-3 basketball courts at Eltham Lower Park?
No, I don't know about it. I agree with Jim Connor, although we haven't talked about it, about the usefulness of that small area near Holmes Road Playhouse for relatively quiet play. I've used it when my grandchildren were tiny, because they were overwhelmed in the other areas of the park. And also there's the family picnic areas there. Not everybody wants to sit in a children's playground covered with children screaming around you. We need quiet places to enjoy family gatherings. It did, in a flight of fancy, occur to me that maybe that 3x3 basketball court session place could be put on the old Shire office site. That would bring plenty of business into the area, with the parents dropping their children off and needing to fill in the time so they could go shopping. But it was a flight of fancy, I must admit.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor?
Just a supplementary, Sue. Just on that 3x3, you know, certainly we know as part of any grant application process that the council has to be able to demonstrate, you know, broad community support. You know, the 3-on-3 notion that we've just learnt about. How do you imagine the community will react to that? And do you think it's a positive inclusion for Eltham Lower Park?
I live close by, and people don't generally walk there unless you're going for a walk. How a regional park can suddenly morph into a pocket park to be funded under a pocket park and then suddenly become a regional park for some other reason, for extension of the railway, Harry Potter rides again.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. Councillor Rankin had his hand up next. Then you, Councillor Clark.
So thank you for your presentation. Look, just a couple of things that I'd like to ask. You mentioned that there's the play space there, and the Rotary had put together. There's the little area, I assume, to the right. Is that correct, where there's that small area for young kids to play that don't want to play on the play equipment?
As you drive into the park, immediately behind Holmes Road Playhouse, there is an area that has been a park for the original play park in the Eltham Lower Park.
Yeah.
And that is an invaluable space.
Yeah.
Revolting toilets, but a valuable space, because people can go there for a quiet picnic with their little ones, or a quiet picnic on their own. You often during the week see it being used by minibuses with disabled students and even adults coming in and using that quiet area. There is no similar quiet area in the park that has access to toilets. It's remarkably well used.
Yeah, it is. It is. And there's another area just to the left of the playground as well, which is an area which would be, after discussing with a number of people, it's a fairly stagnant area. Would you comment on that?
Are we talking about the same area over by the pavilion or over by the other play space?
To the left of the place, as you're looking at the playground, to the left of the playground, not to the right of the playground, where you were just talking about, but to the left.
Well, you've got the car parking.
Yep.
And then you've got the toilet block.
So where I'm going is we've got some great play equipment there for sort of your 5 to 12-year-olds. We've got that area just in front of it to the right there where, as you mentioned, the young kids like to play. But then we've got the train over the other side of the park. What have we got for the youth in there?
There has been suggestions about a BMX area, but no, there hasn't. The youth, if you're talking about it as being youth who don't have a vehicle, you've either got to walk to that park or have you'll have to be close, or you have to be dropped off. Now, youth often don't have their own wheels, and so you have to be aware of what sort of facility you would put in there, how the people are going to get there. So whether more cars coming there would be a problem.
So you've got a couple of younger kids that are playing on the playground and the older kids perhaps playing a 3x3 on the basketball court. Just saying. Thank you for your presentation.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sue. Sue, you've been with this park for many, many years, friends of...
Yes, I moved into the area in the mid-70s.
So, Sue, would you agree with me that it would be a good idea to be able to access $600,000 to do some significant improvements to this important local park?
Every park in the Shire would like to have funding, whether it's a well thought out project. It needs to be money. 600,000 doesn't come very often. So I think there is that fairness about thinking about other areas. Eltham Lower Park does need work in different areas, but not plopping something in that hasn't been discussed with the community or considered about how it's going, how the car parking, and here I say again, car parking is the real issue about any expansion of any facility down there. Unless you walk there, you have to drive there, or heavens above, catch the bus there. But you just have to think, what's the ramifications of dropping something in there that requires a lot of car parking?
So outside of your commentary about the 3x3 basketball, you know, and clearly a lot of people come by push bike as well, is my observation.
Oh, yes. But some of those come by push bike, having taken it off the back of the car somewhere.
Or my observation is a lot of people actually can ride their bike, even if you're young people, to a park. But my question is, regardless of the 3x3, do you think we could, given your long involvement in here, find a very good use of spending $600,000 to implement this master plan?
That would be nice, but I do have the problems of the 600,000 for a pocket park, and yet in the same breath, it's called a regional park. So I don't know if it'll fit the criteria.
Just to help you, the grant is actually for the local parks program, is what we're applying for that funds. And best of my knowledge, this is a local park. It's not a pocket park, nor is it applied for the pocket park scheme. It's applied for the local park program. Just to be clear on that and to assist you, but I'm sure we'll look forward to working together to garner the advantages for this local park. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Councillor.
That's fine.
Thank you, Sue, for your submission.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And our last submission on this is Anne Rennie on behalf of the Eltham Lower Park, and the CEO is going to read that.
Thank you, Mayor. The submission from Anne is, I submit this tonight as President of Friends of Eltham Park Incorporated, FELP, regarding the Eltham Lower Park Master Plan documents submitted for this meeting. FELP commends the approach taken by Heath Gillette, Manager of Recreation and Leisure, in consulting relevant authorities to determine what may or may not be possible for Diamond Valley Railway in light of their often stated aspirations to extend their railway network. This clarifies the current position for all parties and, at least for now, frees our attention to focus on proactive activities in line with our statement of purpose. Our statement of purpose following includes special interest in Leinster Farm. Hence, proposals or recommendations affecting this area draw our focused attention. Unfortunately, some of our feedback to the master plan review has been misrepresented, and a misunderstanding about deadlines has meant that our responses to the documents have not been included. We wish to speak to some inconsistencies so that FELP's position is clear. It would be very helpful for the tables on pages 2 to 18 to indicate the year of the community feedback. FELP believes that the following stakeholders may not have been consulted as part of the review: the Dogs for Eltham Lower Park, see Facebook page for contact in relation to the possible relocation of the dog off-leash area, see 1.8 on page 4 and 4.9 on page 9. The Bush Kinder from South Eltham Preschool, Huns Road Playhouse, Eltham and District Adult Horse Riding Club, and the Eltham Pony Club. We hope representatives from both were consulted. Regarding the master plan, point 8, traffic management, FELP is alarmed by reference to our alleged support regarding the development of overflow car parking in Leinster Farm. The community feedback column reads, all groups raised this as an opportunity to enhance ELP. Our overarching comment on traffic management as it relates to Leinster Farm is that we seek a plan for this area that will be A, as natural as possible, and B, as passive as possible, consistent with our statement of purpose. Hence, we do not lend our support to clauses 8.1, 8.3, 8.4, 8.6, or 8.8 in the way the ELP master plan portrays. FELP not seen DVR's extension submission. It does not appear as an attachment and is not on the website. At our meeting regarding the master plan review, FELP proposed a number of ways in which the park could be enhanced.
Thank you, Mr. Cowie. I'm sorry to cut you off, but there's quite a lot more, a little bit similar on the vein about the landscaping at the entrance, which is the last of that, of Anne Rooney's submission. We'll now go back.
Can we have that submission sent to us in full, please?
I presumed you already have had, Blaga.
Yeah. All through the chair, all councillors were provided a copy of all the submissions that the CEO will be reading out by email today at 3:16 p.m.
Oh, so that's there. Thank you.
You've got them all there and everybody's names as well.
Thank you.
Now, getting back to the actual motion at hand, can I have a mover?
I wish to move recommendation. It's a bit different to what's in the papers. And I think Councillor Rankin's got something to add to it as well.
If we can get it up on the screen then.
What we've got up.
That's correct. I'd like to add a point 3 if I can, please. So as long as mine's okay with the mover of the motion, that I'd like to request the inclusion of a 3x3 outdoor basketball court at an appropriate location as part of the informal activity areas in Eltham Lower Park for the consideration in future budgets and or appropriate grant funding opportunities. That's my inclusion as the seconder, as long as it's okay with the mover of the motion, Mayor.
Certainly, Mayor. Mayor, can I just add something else also under 1A? And that is front entrance landscape design. subject to further public consultation.
Instead of plan.
So front entrance plan, subject to further public consultation, including Friends of Diamond Creek.
What about the other group? Eltham Lower Park ELP, no?
Well, you can include Eltham Lower Park ELP as well, and Eltham Lower Park.
Eltham Lower Park Incorporated.
I think it's Eltham Lower, Friends of Eltham Lower Park. The one's Friends of Diamond Creek and the other one's Friends of Eltham Lower Park.
No, it's just Eltham Lower Park Incorporated.
It says incorporated there.
Yep.
Lucky them.
So just for the avoidance of doubt, does that include a full public consultation process where the draft plan goes out and we receive submissions back to the future Nillumbik committee meeting?
I don't see it needing to come back to committee, but it certainly includes that public consultation.
No, your version of it, or the typical version of it. That's the query. Your version of consultation, targeted to one or two groups. Would that be it?
It's not what the words say.
It says including those two groups, Councillor Perkins.
Well, further public consultation, including Friends of. It says what it says. It's very clear. Public consultation, making sure and being very specific about two groups who are part of that.
All right, so that's now becomes the motion on the table.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Brooker.
Yeah, I've just got a question for the mover. I support the motion, but for number 3. So if he's prepared to exclude number 3, that's something I would support.
Sorry, can we just go back to the motion, please?
So he's seeking to exclude the basketball.
Right, I couldn't
Yes.
remember what it was.
If that's excluded, I'd be prepared to support that motion.
Well,
this goes to Sue Dyett's, I guess, point earlier on. There's some things I agree and some things I don't that are trying to slide in.
Yes, so that's the motion that I've moved.
It does record that it goes to budget review. I don't think you need it. It goes to a budget review at mid-year budget review anyway. I don't think you need to isolate the basketball.
Right, thank you, Councillor Brooker. We'll go back to the motion on the table. The mover hasn't agreed. So it's over to you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. This is, as all of the submitters have indicated, a very useful and good piece of work to upgrade the master plan. When I was first elected, there was much concern that the Diamond Valley Miniature Railway was about to launch into a doubling of its size in the next 10 minutes, which was basically a commentary whipped up by some within these groups and in part by my predecessor. And what I discovered was that the Eltham Miniature Railway had a grand vision, had no funding, and had no process in the way forward. And indeed hadn't really undertaken some of the studies, but they've continued to have a look at what they might do, but I'd have to say they haven't really pursued it with any massive vigour, but they have been looking forward to this review and to be able to make their submissions. So I'll just cover off on that in the first instance to say that what this review does is simply sets out what, if there is to be any change in the Diamond Valley Miniature Railway, the sorts of things that they would need to consider and we would need to consider in any potential extension. There is no intention in this by way of granting any proposal to extend it in any way, because there are all sorts of considerations, both environmental, floodplains, all sorts of different issues that would need to take effect. But equally, the review has been very helpful, I think, on identifying for the Diamond Valley Miniature Railway a raft of issues that they would need to contemplate about their future, regardless of any expansion. So I think it's been a very useful piece of work, and they've indicated so. They're also indicating that they'll continue to do the work and have a look at how they might be able to progress what is a very popular local attraction and indeed more broadly regional attraction. With respect to the master plan review, some of the sort of salient points are there is clearly an issue about car parking through this particular park. Whether you're in Homestead Road, where a lot of cars park in front of the houses, particularly for dropping off their bikes and riding on the trail, or around the perimeter of it. And we certainly need to do a lot more work with respect to car parking, and there are proposals in this master plan to start to deal with that. One of that is to use the existing hard stand, which is just inside the gate off Homestead Road, to enable some car parking to occur so that they don't have to park outside the residential properties on Homestead Road, and they can continue some quiet enjoyment of their own street. Equally, it looks at various parts which has got higher usage and lower levels of usage. The Lannister Farm area is most notably known as a fairly quiet and passive area, and I'd expect, as this plan outlines, it to retain it being so. There are other areas which are much higher use, whether they be the butterfly type playground or the playground noted which has previously been supported by the Rotary Club. And that is noted in the report under 4.4 for a significant review. And it is in that sort of precinct which Councillor Rankin quite rightly points out, and submissions that we've had from the Eltham basketball groups, that a court, not a lot of courts, but a court looking at potentially 3x3 could go in there, which would enable the opportunity for young people to have a voice, as we heard earlier on tonight, within this park. A lot of the park is dedicated to very small kids and families and picnics, and that's all very important and valuable. But equally, there do need to be opportunities for youth and other people to be able to do different things within this park. There is a nearby toilet block, which is a disaster, and was part of this master plan, certainly needs to be removed and has been sitting there for an awful time. It's an eyesore and certainly not something anybody would use. With respect to just to the front area, we removed about 18 months ago, a bunch of very old conifers, which had their day under arborist advice, and we undertook to spend this money to upgrade the space. It's about 6 months behind where it should be up to. I, like others, the first time I saw a landscape plan in terms of a planning schedule was when this document came out. And I, like, as the commentary we've had tonight, was concerned about the plantings in there. I don't think they're appropriate. I've not gone through this with officers as yet. I certainly enabled for public transparency for what officers proposed to come forward, and had anticipated that we would need to have further public consultation on those, that planting schedule and what will occur there. The nature, nonetheless, is just in the summer months at the moment, it is a dust bowl. And so that's the nature of trying to provide some level of irrigation, so you could actually have the pleasant grassed area near the barbecues, a lot of family picnics and birthday parties. But we do need a planting structure which will work. So I commend the work. I thank the community for its support, and this is a good way forward with all of its conclusions.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Clark's covered a lot of the main points there, the planting of plants around the front area and the front gates. Obviously, the main point of controversial discussion is around the 3x3 outdoor court. It's as I highlighted to the speakers, or one of the speakers this evening, that we've got some great equipment there and a great tourist facility there for the younger kids, and we really don't have anything for the youth. And I think this is a great opportunity to be able to ensure that it keeps the family unit together. That you go there for a barbecue, you've got the young kids out there playing on the playground, you've got mum and dad having the barbecue, and you've got the teenagers out shooting some hoops. And I think that's a terrific way to be able to keep the family units together. There are some challenges to work through, but after talking to officers, I think that there are some benefits to the community in that 3x3 there. One of the speakers, Sue Dyatt, made a very good comment, and something I'd like to talk to Sue and her group further is certainly about the basketball on the old Shire offices. How does that look and feel? I think there's some great benefits there, and maybe get Jim involved in that project as well. But I certainly support it, and I look forward to further investigating this and developing it and making it come true. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rankin. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Perkins.
Look, for what it's worth, I'll say what I need to say and oppose this motion. There's no doubt that the Gang of Four are in form tonight, and it's just going to go through 4-3, 4-3, 4-3 throughout the night. But I'm encouraged to hear that Councillor Rankin wants to try to keep family units together in Nillumbik. That is important, and I congratulate on you on those efforts. But really, what we've got out of this motion again is surprise, surprise. How can we trust this council under the leadership of Clark and Rankin to undertake broad community consultation or any community consultation when they surprise councillors, their own councillor colleagues? They just parachute in 3x3 basketball into a master plan review, not just at the stroke of midnight, 10 minutes past midnight. Like, it's incredible. I don't support this motion. I know that the front entrance landscape plan needs a lot more work. It has to go through a full community consultation process. It's not just targeting individual groups where Councillor Clark walks up and speaks to one or two people and then misrepresents what they might have said at the meeting, and he gets his will. This is actually about putting documents out in the public realm so they've got sufficient time to download those documents, read those documents, and then submit back to council, and then have council properly consider those submissions at a future Nillumbik committee meeting, and then subsequently make a decision at the next OCM. I've been on council 10 years, and the community consultation process that this council undertakes is extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it. There's a way to do it. There's a way to do it, and this council doesn't seem to understand how to engage with community, how to undertake community consultation. I'm just staggered. I can't support this motion. It's an absolute nonsense. I wouldn't have supported even the opposite recommendation, because the front entrance landscape plan needs to be pulled aside from it. That needs more work. The desktop work, good work, no problem there. Aligned with what Sue Dyed have said. But Councillor Rankin's inclusion of 3-on-3 basketball, like, it's an absolute joke. You can't even indicate in the master plan where such a facility would go. To sort of say that we have to have 3-on-3 basketball there because that's where the car parks are. It is an absolute nonsense. So look, this has gone from something that wasn't quite right to something that is just atrocious. So I can't support it. The front entrance landscape plan, look, how you can listen to submitters time and time again and just totally disregard what they say. Like, why have these meetings if you people aren't going to listen to the people that we're here elected to represent? Like, disgraceful behaviour.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Demery.
Thank you. I must be missing something here, because I'm not 100% sure what our recommendation says. It just says that we're noting.
Would you like me to get it up on the screen again?
No, well, just the recommendation from the report just says that we're noting 3 reports, and doesn't really say that we're doing anything. Then I notice in the conclusion to the report that that's where the real part of the recommendation is. It's sort of been snuck into the back of it for reasons I don't really understand. So, again, I find this whole thing has been a bit confusing, poorly put together, and it's not really clear what we're setting out to do except for build 3-on-3 basketball courts, which, again, I'm glad Councillor Clark decided to refer it to the budget cycle, because at least then we'll actually be doing something. But while I support the work to do a desktop review, I find this recommendation very difficult to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demery. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Ashton.
I think I'm looking at the same documents as you, and I don't see that there's anything been snuck in. If we look at the conclusions of the document, it's exactly as been discussed this evening. We're going to finalise feedback on the front entrance landscape plan, and that's going to include additional consultation. And And then we're going to commence a site-wide landscape plan for the entire Eltham Lower Park. I would think the majority of speakers tonight have actually congratulated council on the consultation and their inclusion. I agree that the addition of the 3x3 court will potentially also require some community consultation. But again, as it's the second item going up for funding, we may not be successful in that, but I would hope that as part of the next steps in the master plan process, that will also be something that's worked with the community on. I do agree as far as providing facilities for younger people that, you know, I used Eltham Lower Park for a lot of time when my children were small. I know people that play lacrosse there, and obviously we've got pony club and sport there, but there isn't a lot there for teenage youth. So I'm quite happy for us to look at somewhere where that can occur. No, this is accepting what's already there, and also as far as the miniature railway expansion summary, I think that gives them some certainty, and us and the future council. So yeah, I accept the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. Councillor Booker.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, well, I think to say that it's we've had all the information is somewhat incorrect. I mean, the 3x3 has just been sprung upon us, has been well commented on. But I would say, you know, we have a budget allocation of $80,000 here for a landscape plan. We also now have an application, the last motion to do something bigger than that. I don't think that will be successful. So let's talk about the $80,000 that is allocated. Councillor Clark says he wants to finalise, and the report says he wants to finalise feedback on the front entrance landscape plan. He needs to do that. Certainly, you know, I'm sure typically you'd welcome the $80,000 for the landscape plan, although, you know, hearing to the commentary tonight, it's only, you know, on certain conditions, and maybe they'll be met. But the conclusion of the report is to finalise the feedback, and I'm comfortable with that. I would say that the documents do provide some transparency, or at least some illumination on the issues in respect of the expansion of the Diamond Creek Railway. Now, this has sort of been floating around since we started, but the indicative budget costings, nothing new here, but in the report, the railway is $2.4 million. And that does not take into account expenditure related to the planning permit applications, and dare I say, an appeal to VCAT. Given the various complexities at Eltham Lower Park, that could be, pick a number, tens of thousands, possibly more, you know, hundreds, thousands of dollars plus. But I think what we really know, and this goes to the 3x3 basketball concept that's appeared this evening. What we do know is that in March 2020, DWELP advised that the master plan of 2008 is supported, which states no further development apart from renewal. So the whole master plan will have to be changed for any 3x3 to be successful, because the master plan at the moment says no further development apart from renewal, and further that DWELP would not support any changes to the master plan that allows development that conflicts with the planning overlays for the park. Now, those comments were made in reference to the Diamond Creek Railway expansion, or proposed, but equally they can apply to any expansion like a 3x3 basketball court. And this is the kind of problem you have when you are doing things in the manner that has been done tonight. So look, I certainly don't support the motion because it specifically references that aspect to it. So, you know, I won't be voting for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Booker. Back to you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I just say, firstly, that as we heard tonight, we've got broad community support for this master plan. When we did the master plan review, we didn't put everybody in a room and have one meeting. Heath and I took meetings with every group individually, and we outlined what other groups had said, and we went through. Generally, most of them had a concern about the changes to the Diamond Valley miniature railway, and we outlined where that was all up to. So broadly, there is support here. With respect to the conversation about the playground, which the Rotary had, the conversation we had with them was simply to say, guys, your old playground's a bit tired now. There's been a focus on, if you like, small children's playground over near the butterfly type park area, which has got the big covered ways and other things. We're going to need to do some work on here, and Rotary was certainly interested in discussion with their president about supporting us to do a review of this, focusing on a different age group, and Councillor Rankin has brought to the table an idea of the 3x3. And that is also as a consequence of representations from Eltham Wildcats, which we've had. And equally, it is fair to say that we didn't discuss this with them with other groups at the time about the 3x3, because grants and stuff were not on the table then. It was a different environment. One of the dilemmas of this, and we've all confronted it, is that these grants pop up with a fortnight's notice to put something in.
Yep.
And indeed, this proposal for Eltham Master Plan was about, originally, we were talking about a grant of 1.5 million to implement this. So this is going to be an expensive process over a longer period of time. I commend the work and the submissions of all of the groups, and we'll certainly undertake the further work with respect to the front parkland area. And you won't be surprised to learn that the first I saw of it when we got it in the report, I certainly didn't draw that up, but we'll have the consultation, we'll sort it out and move forward in a very positive way for the broader community. Commend the resolution. Thank you.
All right, well, we now need to vote on it. All those in favour of the motion? All those against? And that is carried.
Division.
All those in favour? Councillor Egan, Councillor Clark, Councillor Ashton, Councillor Rankin. All those against? Councillor Brooker, Councillor Demerit, Councillor Perkins. Thank you, councillors. Our next item is FN 2420, but we're going to have a 10-minute break for councillors to have a bit of a loo break. So we will resume back at 9:55. Thank you. And I'm sorry to the gallery, but nature calls.
Well, it's a very revealing meeting, gallery. Stay tuned, because more of this scandalous activity.
Blaga, is the live feed still rolling?
Just as per the report, I'm not going to read it out. It's quite...
Can I have a seconder for the motion, please? Councillor Brooker. Back to you, Councillor Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor. More a procedure. I think there's some terrific work here that the governance team have been doing, and the CEO. I think to be able to stay on track, implement the components that need to be done. I think that Blaga and the officers have done an amazing job in ensuring that Nillumbik is right up on top of it all. So well done to the team, and I take my hat off to you. Well.
Thank you, Councillor Rankin. Councillor Booker.
Look, I would say it's a comprehensive review we have going into the new Local Government Act. But the point about it is, like all things, is it absolutely relies upon the councillors to internalise and act out the really noble intentions of the policies. And be that be transparency, be that be decision making. If you're into this type of thing, it's an interesting read of information gathering, all types of things. Actually, through the chair, could I maybe put the governance offer on the spot and ask a question? There's a part of the was surprises and a policy of no surprises. Blaga, can you recall? I'm just, for the life of me, I can't quite find it. Would you know what section that is from the top of your head?
It would most likely be in the decision-making policy, Councillor Brooker. So
yes.
The governance rules relating to decision-making policy.
Okay. So yes, at any event, what that does say in that no surprises area is the exact opposite of what we had happen this evening. Because if Councillor Clark had wanted to put up his view that Eltham Lower Park was a better prospect than Ryan's Reserve, he ought to have discussed that with us beforehand and made his case and argued that with us in the briefing, and at times that Eltham Lower Park is really the most important thing. That is the point about these governance and transparency and no surprises type of thing. But that all didn't happen. None of that happened. What did happen was that right in the last few minutes, we got told, okay, Ryan's Reserve is out. All the people that made submissions, thanks but no thanks, and Eltham Lower Park is in. So I would just say the governance framework is here. It is up to councillors to follow the noble intentions and the policies that are contained within it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooker. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Perkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I think Councillor Brooker is absolutely on the money. What council should be about and what local government should be about, and certainly what governance rules are about honesty, integrity. They're the catch cries. For any council, anyone who wants to get re-elected, Rankin, honesty, integrity. And what these meeting procedures do and governance rules do is try to, as best they can, outlaw dodgy deals and backroom deals. Where you ring up, your three mates or the three people who only attend meetings to put their hand up at the request of Councillor Clark. That's what these governance rules try to prohibit. In the good governance of local government, where we're spending ratepayer funds, trying to do the right thing by the community, having debates, getting people along to meetings to submit, and we sit there and we listen. We get the CEO to read out, in the case earlier this evening, 12, 13 submissions, and then what does Councillor Rankin do? Totally disregard it. That's what these governance rules are designed to prohibit. And unless we've got a council group that understand the nature of it, that understand that that's what it's about, and to understand governance. Councillor Rankin is the chair of governance. He's led by Councillor Clark, who is an expert, as we know, in trying to find loopholes in any system.
Can we stop the personal attacks, please, Councillor Perkins?
Well,
get back to the motion at hand.
Anyway, the intent of the governance rules, they're only as good as the councillors who are there to implement them. And that's my concern. I commend Blaga. I've done a lot of work with Blaga to indicate some issues that needed clarifying. I've done the best I can, but I've got no doubt there will be councillors, in this group, and hopefully the new council will see many of them go away. But there are councillors in this group that will, seek to follow Councillor Clark in terms of loopholes in these procedures, and will end up with dodgy deals and backroom promises, as we've seen tonight. So, I think the staff can only do their very, very best in trying to guide councillors in terms of how we should behave. But you need a will of council, and you need people who deep down do aspire to those principles of integrity, honesty, and good governance. And I'm not sure, we certainly haven't seen it tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. Just, I guess, a brief commentary around the purpose of these documents, and it said about clear processes, about the way in which we conduct the business of council. And it is a matter of putting a proposition. Sometimes, as people will be aware, we have briefings, and that briefing determines a position at that point in time to go forward to a council for debate. Briefings aren't a matter of resolving things. They certainly are a position to enable officers to garner a position at a point in time, and then it comes to council for resolution. Councillors consider matters, and then they make up their mind, and they, in an open forum, they vote as they are, as they wish. They don't expect the personal attacks that we've had tonight. And if we're going to talk about honesty, integrity, and moving forward, we need to respect the nature of, we will disagree from time to time, but it doesn't mean that we should be then attacking personally everyone who didn't agree with that person just because they had a different view. There's no doubt from time to time, and regulations like these can't deal with it, but councillors are forced with difficult choices in very short periods of time, often as a result of government grants, where you get 10 minutes to make a decision, you've got to put some recommendations forward. And some of those things shift very quickly as we get different public commentary around them. So, you know, it is the nature of what it is, but it doesn't mean that you've then got to start to denigrate your colleagues. And that's certainly what these regulations do talk about working cooperatively together. And that's what we seek to do, at least most of us.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Anybody else?
Sorry. I think you pick up on Friends of Nillumbik's submission, because it is rather opportune given we're coming up to an election period and there is much public debate about whether or not these elections should proceed in the current time frame. Friends of Nillumbik comment about the election period and about that period should be with the purpose of ensuring that everybody should be afforded equal rights at elections. My concern in support of the views of Friends of Nillumbik and others in the community that I talk to are concerned about whether or not everybody will have access to the fair processes in this election. If you've got a lot of money, you can afford to do direct mails. If you haven't got a lot of money, you can't, and you're limited to only social media. This will become an unfair election process unless the government does step in. And I continue to advocate publicly for open and fair democratic processes, and I don't think what we've currently got will progress in that manner. I feel sorry for those who want to have a serious run at council when incumbents have a distinct advantage in the current circumstances, and that's certainly the concern.
Thank you,
Like,
thank you, Clark. No other councillors wish to speak. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Sorry. Councillor Perkins against the motion? It certainly sounded like it.
Councillor Perkins?
Beg your pardon?
Councillor Rankin is asking you, are you for or against the motion?
Well, Councillor Rankin, are you live from Councillor Clark's basement? Of course I'm for the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Perkins. We don't need a personal attack. Just a yes or no would have sufficed. All those in favour of the motion? And that is unanimous and that is carried. Thank you, councillors. We next move on to a very important item, FN 02420, 265 Chapel Lane, Doreen, disposal of clean fill. And we have 11 submitters. The first one is John Bordeloni, and he's going to join us on Zoom. I'll run through the names while John's getting on board. Stephen Koenig on behalf of Barry Pearson. Next, we have a number of submitters who are all going to be read out by the CEO. We now have John on board.
John Bordeloni.
Hi, John. If you can just start your video and then you have 3 minutes. And after that, I think you know the drill. Councillors may wish to ask you some questions.
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. This agenda item, I believe, came to the attention of the council via a news article, and I'll come back to that. But excuse me, my client was engaged about a year and a half, 2 years ago, by a farmer who's the owner of the property, who breeds cattle, and he cannot bale a section of the paddock wasting about 20 acres. He wants the valley lifted so it's safer to bale as the tractor currently slips on the hills, and it's too dangerous in its current state. By being able to lift the valley and soften the hills, it will be safer to bale approximately 20 acres, allowing him to generate more hay and make the land more sustainable for farming. That is the essence of the activity that is going on here, which is ancillary to his farming activities. Now, a host of documents were requested by the lawyers engaged for the council, and they were provided. And I don't know if the councillors this evening have been able or have been given that. Turning to the article itself, there's about 4 points in it, and that I'd like to address the council, so they get a fair view. So you've got a clear snapshot of what's going on. It's said that there's hundreds of trucks begun dumping dirt 6 days a week. It was only open for 3 days. So I'm not sure how that's the situation. Concerns have been raised about runoff from the dump sites contaminating nearby creeks in the Yarra River. Well, that's not true. We've got a hydrology report, and it's fact that's been Cleanfield being imported. EPA has been out there. They've got no problems whatsoever with the activities being undertaken, which is to better the land, higher yield, all constructive activities being done here. Then we have a resident who says that oil and water from trucks have flowed into their creek. Again, nothing supports that. The EPA doesn't say that. What's being done here is what we said. The valley's being lifted, and someone who I'll shy away from personal attacks. I don't want to do that. The fact of the matter is that the council's been aware for over a year of the hydrology report undertaken at their request. Everything passes the checks and balances. What's being done here is constructive. Councillor Egan.
Thank you. I'm sorry to cut you off, John, but you're 3 minutes out of time. I'll hand it over. Don't go anywhere though. I'll hand it over to councillors to see if they have any questions for you.
Sure.
Councillor Ashton.
Oh, hi, John. Thank you for your submission on behalf of your client. Just a few questions. Does your client bow their own hay?
As I understand, not only do they wish to do that, they are also once the valley is lifted, engaging a proper. Now the terminology or vernacular, I'm not an expert in, so I'm not going to pretend to be. They want an agricultural company to come out there and find the best grass seed suited to the conditions to grow the hay. Not only of the
That
valley
wasn't
being,
the question. Do they bale their own hay at the moment, John?
I want to make something clear that I act for the company importing the clean fill, and I should have made that clear from the start.
Okay.
But my understanding of the landowner is that they do bale their own hay or wish to do so. If there's no hay there, then they are not currently doing that. But as I understand, according to their farming plan and land management plan, they intend to.
Sorry, another question. They're saying that they're going to lift 4.4 hectares.
No, that's not what I said.
No, that's what's in the documents you were referring to.
Yes.
So the site that they're going to lift is going to be about 4.4 hectares. It's a 40 hectare property. I'm not convinced from an agricultural basis, and it's obviously clear that you're probably not across the agricultural ramifications of this, that it's that is going to improve agriculture in the area. Are you representing, so you're representing the person bringing in the fill?
Yes.
So why are you telling us about what the person who owns the land is saying?
Well, one is only the other side of the coin.
Okay, so if you're representing the person who's bringing in the fill,
yes,
why are they bringing it into this site?
For the exact purpose, as I said in my address to council, It is to lift a valley so it's safer to bail as the tractor currently slips down the hill. It's too dangerous.
No, I asked you, but your client that's bringing in the fill.
That's right.
Where is the fill coming from, and why is it coming here?
Well, the fill is clean fill from various sites, as I understand, and the purpose of bringing it into that property, I can only repeat what I told council just now.
Okay.
For the distinct purpose of improving the land, which has the effect of improving the yield from the land.
Okay. What other options would there be available to your client to get rid of this fill? Where else could it go?
Well, I don't know if you want to get rid of clean fill. It's a very useful type of soil. Contrary to that stated in the article, it's not contaminated at all. In fact, we've given access to live sites where the type of material being imported can be seen as clean fill, ticked off as clean fill. So I don't know if get rid of is the correct terminology, with all due respect, Councillor.
I know, but people do want clean fill.
Yes, it's, I would, again,
but most
don't
people don't
use
want.
loose, I don't want to use loose vernacular, but it's not particularly waste, it's a commodity. Some people, you know, so.
Okay, I understand more who you're representing now. Thank you.
John, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How many trucks went in and out of the property today?
0.
Well, that's not what I'm told by residents today. They've counted over 100 from all of the roads, Middle Hutt Road and both ends of Chapel Lane.
Well, just on that point, Mayor, I think we need to be careful that this site isn't tainted with the brush of other surrounding sites.
No, I think they're pretty sure which site it is. It's at 265. All right, if you haven't got any, I can't answer any more on that. Councillor Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor. John, thank you for your presentation this evening. I have one question. In your opening remarks, you said that it would increase the yield of the hay on the property by by raising the valley. I would assume
lifting it,
such a statement like that you've got some sort of report that identifies how much your yield is going to be increased.
I don't have one per hand, but I'm happy to take that question on notice. Having said what I said in my presentation, if it's safer to use a tractor to sow the land and work the land and it's lifted, then it would follow.
My question was around the yield though.
Yep.
How much of an increase in yield, because that's a pretty broad statement, and to bring in thousands and thousands of trucks of soil, you would have some very solid documented evidence that your yield is going to increase by bringing in so much extra dirt. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, I'd just like to clarify, I think what Councillor Rankin's saying is I cut hay myself and so does Councillor Ashton. We know the baleage rate per acre. So I think that's actually what Councillor Rankin's trying to get to, is what they're currently cutting per acre and what this hopes to achieve in terms of an increase. So if you'd like to take that on notice, that would be great.
Happy to do so.
My final question is, how much are you paying the owner of the property to deposit the soil on his property?
I don't have instructions to disclose the commercially sensitive nature of the agreement. However, promptly a copy of the entire agreement with only the rate redacted was provided to the solicitors for the Nillumbik Council.
Right, thank you.
Along with other supporting documentation. And the council will
so it is a commercial
report.
operation.
Sorry?
So it is a commercial operation.
Yeah, it's not charitable. No.
Thank you. Councillor Clark. You need to be unmuted, Councillor Clark.
Sorry. Thank you, John. I'm just trying to again go back to the start of this. Can I just clarify exactly who you're representing?
I represent the company importing the clean fill.
And the name of it?
ESG.
Are you representing the importer of the fill at 130?
No, no. And we are concerned that other sites, we are being tainted with the brush of other sites.
Have you any agreement on, your client have any agreement on 130?
No.
Thank you. What's your qualification?
I am a solicitor.
So you have no background in hydrology, no background in agriculture?
I have no science qualifications.
Do you believe that the activities of your client are in accordance with the planning scheme?
I believe the activities of my client are in accordance, and they do not, those activities do not require a permit, as I understand.
That wasn't my question. My question was, you are a solicitor. I'm presuming, perhaps I needed to delve a bit further. I'm assuming, therefore, you don't deal in planning law. Is that the case?
Primary practice is not planning law. You are correct.
So,
however, go ahead, sir.
Have you, on behalf of your client, got any advice from anybody who is a planner that your client's activities do comply with the planning scheme?
Advice to date is that not only is there no breach of the planning scheme, but a permit is not required for the activities that are ancillary to the to that which is being undertaken at the property itself.
And what are you relying on for that advice?
We are engaging with a planning consultant.
And who's that?
I prefer not to say at this stage.
So,
that's all right.
Can you comment upon?
And there's no other reason for that, say for and except my instructions. It's just ordinary course.
I mean, if we're trying to make determinations with respect to the accuracy of whether what you're saying, you're not giving us much evidence to support your commentary. But I don't
know if that's right, because the council's known for over a year and a half as to the activities. This has only come about by an article that is skewed. I'm not sure why comments were made by Councillor Egan in that article when she was fully aware, and there have been on-site meetings.
So can I suggest to you, I'm not asking you a question about that. Indeed, you're right to go and have a go at Councillor Egan. Could have been done privately. You didn't need to start to make commentary around things that for which you have no knowledge either. So can I just ask you the question?
I don't know if that's correct, but anyway.
From the council's perspective, we own roads. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
They're paid for by the community.
Yes, sir.
So who do you think should pay for the destruction of the community's infrastructure, which is as a result of your client's activity?
Well, I don't know if it's solely my client's activities that are ruining the roads. I am instructed there are measures in place and have been put in place so as to minimize any, I'm going to use a loose term because I'm not au fait with the vernacular, but minimize any mud or debris leaving the site. So the measures have been put in place in there. And as I understand, I need to get intimate instructions with this, but as I understand, there have been talks with council in relation to the remediation of that specific infrastructure. So I don't think anybody's ignorant to the infrastructure and the impact on that, which in itself, I don't understand. I do not believe it to be, nor do I understand it to be major.
Have you been to the site?
I have not, Councillor Clark.
You've not been to the site and you've not driven on the road.
Sorry?
You've not driven on the road and you've not been to the site.
No, I have not. I've been engaged for under a month in relation to this. And in that time, we promptly replied to your lawyers. And as I understand, there hasn't been a lot of activity in the interim.
So would you be surprised to learn that we're still waiting information in response to our correspondence with your lawyers?
I am the lawyer. There are no, what are you referring to?
You just said your lawyers have responded to our requests.
I am the lawyer that responds.
So would you be surprised that if we would hold the view then that you've not responded to all of the matters for which we've asked you?
I believe there is a further correspondence that has arrived that is in answer to my last letter, but I must say I've attempted to contact your lawyers to no avail. Now I understand it's COVID-19. That is not a criticism. I also understand that there's been a stage 4 lockdown, and that may have contributed to it. But to suggest that we haven't replied or made all attempts to reply would be incorrect.
Got 2 more questions. What period of time do you anticipate the activity of your client will go over? How long will it take for him to undertake the works that you expect to be able to achieve improvement to the agricultural outcome of the site?
Without being held to it, I understand it to be a 12 to 18 month activity.
And what provision?
And to be conservative, you'd put 3 months either way. So it's not a long-term thing. It's for a specific purpose. That's it.
So would you be surprised, given that you haven't been to the site and haven't driven on the road?
Haven't been yet in 3 weeks with a lockdown. So question mark whether I'm allowed to.
Well, you were allowed to 2 weeks ago.
At which point I was engaged for a week. Yep.
Yeah, well.
I mean, fair is fair.
It's fair to make such a dramatic impact on our community. You would have thought you might have.
Dramatic impact on your community.
But can I just ask you then the question of, do you expect that it is your company or the clients you represent's full responsibility to pay for the rectification of all of the damage of the infrastructure that currently has existed caused by your clients?
What damage is attributable to my client as opposed to, I believe there's one up the road and around the corner.
Yes, I've sat on the road and watched your client deliver to this site. I've observed firsthand all of the damage to the road and our own staff trying to repair the road. I should say I'm probably being inaccurate referring to it as a road because, as you're presumably aware, it's called Chapel Lane. And it's called Chapel Lane for a reason, in that it's barely trafficable for 2 vehicles to pass. So can I just ask you, my final question is, do you think this road is suitable to be able to carry 10 tug trucks with trailers laden with dirt in such a narrow laneway?
I don't believe that I'm qualified to answer a question in relation to road carriage or road capacity.
So,
however, like anything, measures working cooperatively with council is always the constructive way forward for constructive activity.
My final question really becomes one of, given that you seem to have not been across most of the issues that I've been able to ask.
Well, that's not right. That's not right. That's just wrong.
That is my view.
Right.
Did you expect by turning up here to misinform us and provide virtually no useful information?
No, nobody's been misinformed. You're wrong.
Questions that I've asked.
You're wrong.
I'm going to, excuse me, councillors, I need somebody to put up a motion very quickly to extend the meeting. Thank you, Councillor Rankin. Seconded, Councillor Jameric. All those in favour? And that is carried. Was that your final question, Councillor Clark?
It was.
Thank you. Councillor Brooker.
Thank you. John, you don't have a permit to conduct this activity at the moment. Is it your view that if you were required to apply for a permit, what would your reaction be? And how would you cooperate in the manner that you've just suggested in terms of council getting a permit until you getting a permit for council?
Can I say this? And perhaps it wasn't made clear initially. My client intends on working with, and indeed they have to date, been cooperative and working in consultation with council. I understand there to have been pre-application meetings. I understand the hydrology report to have been commissioned at the request of the council. It is definitely my instructions to be as cooperative and work in consultation with council as much as possible.
Okay, so if council determines that you need a permit for this activity, you would 100% cooperate with us in getting that permit, or in you getting that permit for us to consider, yes?
There's no reason why my client should be not cooperative, but it's our distinct understanding that a permit is not required.
Yes, but if it is required, you'll be perfectly cooperative, or even if it's not required, if you're perfectly cooperative, you would go through that process for us, wouldn't you?
I shy away from giving blanket answers as to what my client would do in relation to a permit, when in fact, what we have here is a situation.
You're the person making statements about how cooperative and so on they are. I'm just trying to measure the level of their cooperation by asking, okay, your view is you don't have a permit. We say you do. Why wouldn't you just go through that process of applying for a permit anyway if you're being so cooperative?
Because if the scheme doesn't require one, then we don't see the need to go through.
So that would be the limit for you. So that would be the limit of your cooperation at that point.
I'm not putting a limit on the cooperation. I'm just not agreeing to a blanket cooperation and signing up to get a permit in circumstances, if they be the case, and we understand it to be, not required.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ashton?
We are a green wedge. I'm just wondering, has your client checked out any of our vehicle cleaning to avoid weed infestation issues? Many council trucks have to do this, and we have a issue with things like Chilean needlegrass and other things coming into the district on trucks, particularly from some areas. I wonder if your client, do you think that your client would be willing to discuss that with our officers?
I'm happy to take that on notice. I'm happy to take direct instructions as to whether they have measures already in place with respect to the existing policies.
Because we do take that very seriously here.
Absolutely.
And it's a great cost if we do get weed infestation. Council has to deal with that. Thank you.
Councillor Perkins.
And I thank Ms. Ashton, Councillor Ashton, for that.
Thanks, Mary and John. You stated earlier that there was no way that we could have had hundreds of trucks per day because the site is only operated for 3 days. Do you know how many trucks have actually brought material onto the site and a rough quantity of cubic meters so far?
I do not have that to hand, but I can take that on notice and come back to you.
Yeah, so that would be helpful. Like even
Sure.
when we go, even if we were to accept that there are other commercial operations happening nearby, that might go some way to determine what your liability might be.
I think you've nailed it on the head. I really think you've nailed it on the head, Councillor Perkins.
I'm good at that.
Can I say this? My client is simply putting in clean fill to lift the valley so that the farming activities can be augmented and the land can yield more. As I understand, there are different activities in surrounding areas, and I cannot help but think that my client is being tarred with that brush, and I haven't heard anything to the contrary, and indeed perhaps statements that have been made previously, and it's not a criticism of council, because very often these questions are asked in isolation and the poor councillor is just being cooperative with a reporter or whatever, and that soundbite is given in isolation to a greater issue and it's taken out of context or whatever. But as far as we're concerned, we really feel that we have answered and we've engaged with council. Are we being ostracized? Is this some other knee-jerk reaction? to a report. I'm not sure. I just make the comment.
So John, back on. I've just got a couple of questions, if I could.
Yes, sorry.
John, back on the 25th of June, you met, or your client met with council officers, and it would appear from the report. You've read the report that we have tonight. The officer's report. Yeah.
I did read it.
And it looks like on the basis of the information that you provided to council officers, there was a mutual understanding between yourselves or your client anyway, and council that a permit was not required under the scheme. Is that a fair summary of where you were on the 25th of June?
Councillor Perkins, correct again, but I'm not here to stand and grandstand. We are here to work with council. We are here to, in fact, representations from council suggested our activities were green lighted.
Yeah, I suppose, John, what I'm trying to establish is what went wrong. Did it go? Do we have? Was this an oversight by council administration in terms of not telling council that this activity is likely to go on and prepare for the community outrage that we can expect? I would dare say, in the experience of your client, this number of trucks running up and down a laneway, an adverse community reaction might have been expected.
Well, an adverse community reaction. There's an article here, and the irony of this article is that the main person that is quoted in it, in fact, is a PhD candidate in landscape architecture. So, putting things into, there is no avoidance. There's no big corporation trying to go about its business and ignore everybody. We have engaged to the point. Your report is brilliant in articulating it, and we find ourselves here and we say, we're here, we're ready to answer questions. We just want to undertake the activities and move on and make the property a better place. And perhaps council is not to be criticized for listening to its constituents, but perhaps that noise needs to be focused. Whether there's other activities going on, I don't know. I'm not pointing fingers, but if you want to look at us, there's transparency. There's a portal where you can see the clean fill going in. There's no yellow cake being brought in. It's being brought in to complement an ancillary function on the property, being farming. And if there's a better way that you want us to do it, and we're cooperative.
John, you were going to make a couple of comments. Like I'm not saying there is a relationship with Councillor Egan, but I'm keen to understand the nature of that relationship, if there is a relationship between yourself or your client and Councillor Egan. Like what it sounded like earlier on, you were about to say something about Councillor Egan, and you were cut off a couple of times.
Sure.
What was that about?
I can tell council expressly that there's absolutely no relationship between my client and Councillor Egan. The reference to Councillor Egan I was making when I was cut off was in relation to her comment that was represented in the article on the 23rd of July. I was not critical of her because I accept that perhaps sometimes questions are put to councillors in isolation.
What was that comment, John? I'm not aware of it.
A particular concern is the potential for damage to land used for food production to our waterways and ecosystems, Councillor Egan said. Well, I took issue with that because council knew better in this one instance, as in relation to 265 Chapel Lane. They knew better because there was a hydrology report that said that that wasn't the case. They knew it was clean fill being brought in, and they knew the purpose of why it was being brought in. So I think that comment is misleading. When it read in that article, it's just wrong. So, but I wasn't critical of anybody, and if I suggested there's a relationship between my client and Councillor Egan, No, there is no relationship.
It might have been a stretch.
I hope not. Councillor, do you have anything else, Councillor Perkins?
Not at this stage.
Councillor Demerick, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions, John, if you don't mind.
Yeah, bit hard to hear you.
Sorry?
It's a bit hard to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Bit better, yep.
Yep. Just given the size of the earthworks being undertaken, I assume that there would be engineering and those sort of things, plans available?
Not engineering, but what is foreshadowed, in addition to what I said earlier, agricultural company to come in and assess the best sort of seeds to be used, is what's foreshadowed is an agronomist report.
Agronomist.
Agronomist.
Not only do I have an accent, but I have an inability to pronounce words.
Okay.
So there are plans. This is not a dump and run exercise. It doesn't. Okay. That's the message. We are here, and we intend to do things properly. Engage with the EPA, which we have already. Engage with council. In fact, I'm uninstructed the pre-application.
Okay.
Engaging with council.
So given that the objective it is to grow a grass crop, when do you think the topsoil would be coming in?
I would imagine that'd be the final stages. There's no point in the initial stages of bringing it in.
It would be a very expensive way to grow hay, like as a crop. So I'd be interested in what sort of hay crop you would be growing.
I'm not a hay expert, but on that point, I'm instructed that there is a agricultural company that they want to use not only for that area being lifted, but then the other area as well, so that there's congruency over the property itself and that which is being grown.
So these plans are available somewhere?
The land management, farming management plan, I believe that already have been communicated to the solicitors for the council.
Okay. And
that was via correspondence.
Okay. And just for...
Does council have that correspondence?
I am unaware of that.
I'd have to ask staff.
Albeit, it was only sent, I believe, today. So if you don't have it, it's...
Given how well Australia Post is going at the moment, I would...
Okay, that's a no. You don't have it.
Was it posted or emailed?
I believe it to be emailed to your solicitors.
We might get copies of that tomorrow then. To date, we haven't received.
I do encourage that. And while I don't act for the landowner, there's some supporting documentation as to what he's doing with the land. And that's included in there.
Anything else, Councillor Jameri?
With happy snaps.
I have reports from locals in the street who have sat out the front of their place today and counted trucks, and they estimate that around 50 trucks went into the site. So, what's your take on that?
Well, sorry, who's asking me the question?
Councillor Jameri.
Oh, sorry. I can find out in a short recess exactly how many trucks came through. Yeah. But as I understand, Councillor Clark had 100 trucks coming in. You got 50 trucks coming in. I don't know if the number of the trucks is the central issue, as opposed to the activity itself. I think we need to address, and happy to address. I don't understand the issue. Is it the destruction of the road, or is it a noise abatement, or what is it?
You would be aware that roads sort of have You would be aware that roads have load limits and numbers, and they're upgraded as there's more traffic. So a country lane is not used to having in the order of 50 to 100 trucks a day.
Is it true that the other side of the lane is being upgraded, but not this side?
Quite possibly.
No, it's not.
Okay. So there's no roadworks in the surrounding area.
Correct.
Okay.
Just another quick one, John.
Sure.
Just, I hope you can understand, sort of our dilemma in terms of the green wedge shine. We know that it, can understand from your point of view or your client's point of view where it's quite attractive to be able to, limit the movement of trucks. A lot of it would be coming from, growth areas of Whittlesea, we would imagine. But have you got other clean fill disposal sites in green wedge zone properties that currently operate or have operated? Like, is this a sort of a bit of a shock to ESG to meet the level of resistance that you now seem to be experiencing?
The level of resistance is definitely a shock. No doubt about that. And it's not really understood by my client in circumstances where a permit isn't required, and we feel that we're being victimized, and somehow council's trying every way to find a way where we are stopped and a permit is required. And we don't know if that's fair. I mean, this guy's owned the property since 1987. This is not a recent incarnation. The guy's built his home in 89 on it, and he's had cattle. He's sold them recently.
Are you aware of ESG depositing landfill or clean fill on other properties in similar zoned areas? Like ESG is a big company. Is there other green wedge zone areas where they're depositing clean fill at the moment, or have in the past?
I don't want to talk in general terms, and I'm happy to address your question and take it on notice and reply to you. But you're right. They're, it's not their first job ever.
Yes, I'm just wondering whether in the past they've sought permission and had to go through a planning permit process and subsequently got that. I've seen some VCAT decisions that where disposal of clean fill has required a planning permit. That planning permit was ultimately issued. I'm just wondering if that's been the experience of your client at all, or the assumption is that if you have to apply for a planning permit, of course we're going to refuse it.
Well, I think it's dangerous to make assumptions, and I always caution people in general not to make assumptions or preempt.
All right, well, instead of making an assumption, John, I'd like to ask you, what type of hay does the client intend growing, if you know it? If not, take it on notice.
I'm happy. I must admit, I have not inquired as to the type of hay.
Do you know how many times police have attended the property up and down 265? How many AVOs have been issued against the drivers of the truck? How many times the load limit signs have been removed off the bridge? How much damage has been done to the bridge? How much abuse has been levelled at landowners? How many times residents have ended up in hospital because trucks have bipped their horns at people riding horses on their own properties? And you're asking why people are upset. Well, there is your answer. So perhaps if you can follow up some of those questions, you might understand why the residents are up in arms. This is where they live. This isn't a commercial enterprise for them. You're destroying the amenity of a simple country lane. It has a spray seal. It's not even a proper sealed road. All they do is spray a very light tarmac on it. And you're wondering why people are upset. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I am wondering, actually. Yeah, you're spot on. I am wondering because up the road, as I understand, around the corner, they're undertaking perhaps activities not
dissimilar.
like
and if you had have been out there and checked it out, you would see that the width of the road is double that of Chapel Lane, where 265 is. 130 It's double. The road is a proper sealed road. It can manage the loads much more than the actual structure of the road at 265. So they're just a small snapshot of some of the reasons why the residents are up in arms. Councillor Ashton, you had a question.
I also just, one of the reasons residents are up in arms is because they're all agricultural people, and I have never heard of anybody in small lots, not broadacre farms, but small lots,
filling in
to create a hay crop. Never. I've lived in the country for years. I have never heard of it. That's why people are very suspicious.
Councillor Clark.
Well, I think we've gone out of our way to kill any suspicion. If there are behavioral or procedural measures to be put into play to be more congruent with the surroundings, happy to take it on notice and take instructions. I think the cooperation to date, even outside of tonight's effort by my client, speaks for itself. And I don't know if the residents would want to ignore a company that engages intimately with council, takes on the views and tries to work together. I don't know if they would ignore that.
Councillor Clark, you had a question, and then we probably have to wrap it up.
It really just goes to the level of certainty that your client would want. And I'm assuming your client wants certainty about the lawful nature upon which they're undertaking these activities. That's the first question.
Insofar as the lawful nature of what my client's doing, as we understand, they are not breaking any law. That is not why I'm here tonight. I'm here tonight to engage with council, to work with council.
Do you want
They aren't breaking any law. We aren't doing anything that requires a permit.
So let me just.
That doesn't alleviate my client from engaging and being cooperative with council.
Well, let me just go to the question then about cooperation with council.
Sure.
On 130, ESG sought a certificate under the Planning Act to give themselves certainty of the legal nature of what they were seeking to do.
Yep.
Why did you not undertake a similar activity to seek certainty on 265 Chapel Lane, which would put beyond doubt the relevance of the questions that we're asking tonight, which would give absolute certainty, given you didn't want to make a planning application, but to actually give yourself certainty, you could have sought a certificate as you did on 130 Chapel Lane.
Sure. Well, 2 points. One, we don't need a permit in this instance. And two, council wrote to us and told us that we were okay to go. It was from a Belinda from about over a year ago, in fact.
If you could submit that email, that would be helpful. But again, you haven't answered my question. Right. Is that the reason why you've not sought to apply for a certificate?
Well, that is one of the reasons. Over and above that, a certificate, as we understand, isn't required.
Thank you.
Thank you, John, for your...
It's a Brianna Barnes, 17th of July, 2019 at 10:24 a.m.
All right, if you could provide a copy of that, we'd appreciate it.
Do you mind just reading out some of that email, John? Like, first I've heard of it, but can you just, just to support your case?
I'm happy to.
Because there's residents are listening as well, and I think, they might well benefit from hearing the advice that ESG has received from council.
Yeah, sure. Right from the beginning, right through.
Oh well, just the the juicy bits. I don't know how long it is.
It's about a page. I'll try to confirm. I'll try to.
And the date and who is it from, please, John?
Yep, Brianna Barnes at nillumbik.vic.gov.au, 17th of July, 2019, 10:24. The report confirms, that's the hydrology report, confirms that these proposed works will not change the rate of flow or change the discharge point of water across a property boundary. Because of this confirmation in the report, it is confirmed that these works do not require a planning permit. That's the juicy part.
And sorry, who was the author, John? I missed what you said.
Her name is, sorry, I don't know.
Just spell it.
B for Bob, R-I-A-N-A, first word. Second word, B for Bob, A-R-N-E-S.
Brianna Barnes. Okay, thank you.
At the end of the day, it doesn't relieve my client from working with council. And if there are things that they can implement to make the modus operandi more in sync with their surroundings, let's work together.
Thank you, John.
We're happy to be transparent. There's nothing to hide.
Your 3 minutes have ended. It's just we're asking you questions now, so I appreciate it.
Okay, John, but just so you know, you would argue that your client's been full and transparent, provided all the necessary information to council officers, including the number of truck movements, including the amount of clean fill that'll be deposited on the site.
I don't know about the number of trucks. I can't say that, but I know the clean fill and amounts. As I understand, there's a portal, and they've been open and transparent as to the type of material being brought in and all the rest. But happy to take those instructions and happy to share. Absolutely, and if there's a way that we can all work together.
Is there a question there, Councillor Perkins?
Beg pardon?
Is there a question there?
Oh, no, look, I'm just trying to understand, John and his client and sort of where you're coming from, that, if you've acted in good faith and you've been told by council planners that you don't require a permit, they ramp up their operation and all of a sudden there's an issue. Like certainly, somebody should have, been ringing the alarm bells a long time ago.
I don't think there are any alarm bells to ring.
Thank you,
in Nillumbik, try to get
Perkins.
re-elected, John. It's difficult.
I think we'll move on to the next submitter. Thank you for your submission, John. It's Stephen in the room. Bloger? Stephen, can you hear me? I can see your name. So Stephen Koenig on behalf of Barry Pearson. Are you ready, Stephen?
You can hear me okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I can see by the nods that everybody can hear me. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors, for the opportunity of addressing the committee on behalf of the residents of 170 Chapel Lane. Inappropriate earthworks on sites in Chapel Lane are adversely affecting the amenity and safety of residents, eroding the character of the area, and are a threat to the green wedge itself. My clients believe that council seems to be losing adequate planning controls in its own green wedge. We have read the officer's report to the committee and believe that the recommendations put forward do not include an appropriate option to quickly regain planning control. Based on the content of the report, it is clear that the pivotal deciding factor in council's dealings with earthworks on both 130 and 265 Chapel Lane is the council must be provided with conclusive evidence that any earthworks would not change the rate of flow or the discharge point of water across the boundary. Now, with regard to both sites, from our reading of the officer's report and listening to the question and answers at the council's last council meeting, it is apparent that at this date, council do not have and is not in possession of conclusive evidence that the rate of flow or discharge point across the boundary will not be changed. With regard to 130 Chapel Lane, filling has been taking place for over 24 months. We understand that council is still not in possession of the necessary report to establish that there will be no change of rate of flow. And that's based on the response given to Councillor Perkins during the question time at the council's 28th of July meeting. We note that the hydrologist, with regard to 265 Chapel Lane, the officer's report states that ESG provided a hydrologist report demonstrating that any change to the rate of flow is likely to be imperceptible. Well, councillors, we note the hydrologist report is not quoted as stating that the rate of flow or discharge point would not change, but that any change is likely to be imperceptible. Now, this implies that a change could occur and is hardly sufficient to satisfy the absolute requirement of the Green Wedge Zone schedule, that there be no change. It's necessary, we believe, for council to regain control of inappropriate earthworks in the Green Wedge Zone by introducing a limit on fill, such as introduced in the Hume planning scheme, but as quickly as possible. Now, we understand the officers have advised councillors that an amendment process could conservatively take 18 months. And the question then is, can a control be introduced sooner? My clients recommend that the following item be added to any council resolution: that council, without delay, formally request the Minister for Planning to amend the schedule to the Nillumbik Green Wedge Zone by introducing a 100 cubic metre limit over earthworks for an interim period of 2 years to provide immediate protection for the Green Wedge, while council prepares and exhibits an amendment to include that control permanently. So that's our recommendation to you. If you make a resolution, you should resolve to go straight to the Minister and see if he will intervene and introduce...
Sorry, Stephen, you've gone way over time. I was
my apologies.
listening to what you said and I didn't see the clock, so my apologies. I think you'll find that some changes will be made to the motion without presuming anything. Councillor Clark has a question for you.
Certainly, Councillor Clark. Yep.
Thanks, Stephen. And certainly the Mayor is correct. That's the direction that I intend to move later on tonight. But my question to you is there anything else in the interim that you believe officers or council indeed should be either resolving tonight or seeking further information? I think you're aware that we've got a long list of information we're seeking to garner from the operators at both 265 and 130. Yeah, and 130. But just ask the question, is there anything else? I mean, I agree with your submission otherwise.
Any response to that, Stephen? No?
I'm just trying to get my microphone. There we go. Well, councillors, with respect to that, I was engaged by my client some months ago, quite some months ago, with respects to 130 Chapel Lane, and I did provide them with advice or comments relating to other options, which are introducing a load limit, and you've already touched on these in your discussions with John about the damage that's been caused to the road. There are other statutory avenues open to the council besides town planning with respects to the impact of these very heavy vehicles and trailers along a country lane, as you correctly described it. And also, can I say, similarly, I was surprised at a paragraph in the officer's report that said there's no financial implications to this matter, because as I understand it, there's quite a considerable financial cost that is going to be the burden on ratepayers in this council to repair the damage that's being done to Chapel Lane, both the section...
I think, John, you're straying away from the question that I asked you.
Exactly.
Thank you. But anyway, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Grant? Councillor Brooker?
Thank you, Stephen. So look, you've suggested we write to the Minister, and I think, you know, we've flagged maybe a resolution to that effect. But my concern is what, you know, we can write to the Minister, we wrote to the Minister 12 months ago. What do you think we ought to be doing within Nillumbik right now, short of writing to the Minister? because we can do that. There's no guarantee that he will do anything. So what, you're saying to us, you should write to the minister. What do you say that we should do as a council? I mean, you've flagged load limits on roads. I think that's a pretty tricky area to work on. Just as regards the planning scheme, what would be your suggestion to us?
You there, Stephen?
I am. I'm just waiting for my. There we go. Well, with respects to the planning scheme, of course, in my address, I referred to the one permit trigger in your schedule relating to earthworks. I didn't pursue the issue of use, and both 150 and 265 are relying on a case or presenting a case to council that they are ancillary agricultural activities. So there's section 1 and they don't need a permit, and therefore they don't need a planning permit for development. I am not, unfortunately, councillor, I can't give you a very informed response because I am not privy to the legal opinions that you've been receiving or to the documentation that's been put to council officers, which form the basis of their pre-app meetings and the email that I think John summarised. So it's very difficult for me to say. I'm surprised that your officers feel that this is an ancillary use. That's only my professional opinion on the basis of what I've read through your report. So it's very slim. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Perkins, I think you had your hand up next.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. When we heard from John representing ESG, he suggested there are a number of different operators in the area. I know of it happening at 130. Are you aware of any other, trucks depositing clean fill anywhere else in the area?
Well, councillor, I am not a regular visitor to that area, but I believe that the same company was involved with 130 and made the application for the certificate of compliance. And now I read in the officer's report that same company is the one who provided the hydrologist report. I believe it's a large company. It may have various derivatives and that have different names.
So there's just, as far as you're concerned, there's just the two sites, 130 and 265.
Well, councillor, I'm reading that ESG made the application for the certificate of compliance back in 2015, and that's for 130 Chapel Lane. And now I read the officer's report that says ESG provided the hydrologist report for 265 Chapel Lane. Now, I heard John saying that his client is not associated, but I'm reading ESG in both to both properties, aren't I?
Yep.
Any other questions, Councillor Perkins?
Probably not. But Stephen, can you see the sort of dilemma here now that we've, sort of heard quite plainly from the solicitor representing ESG that they've had written advice that they don't require a planning permit on the basis they've ramped up their work, and now we're looking to somehow backpedal and to require a planning permit potentially, or to find some other mechanism to stop this work from happening. Do you understand the context of the question?
Yeah, I do understand. Yes. Well, really, it may not be a matter of backpedaling. Again, I'm not privy to what advice was given to the company from your planners, nor what evidence they had. It may be that in light of new evidence, your planners may change their position. And I believe, or I understand from reading the recommendation, that they are still, point one was finalising the review of the hydrological report. and they're still seeking legal opinions. So I believe they're pursuing it.
But it's probably that issue around, you know, the use, the ancillary agricultural use that really is the clincher, because that if the officers hadn't have formed the opinion that it was ancillary to agricultural use, that wouldn't be happening on this property or any other neighbouring properties. You know, the concern is that ESG or a similar company could just, you know, move next door if we just you know, just get them on the hydrology report.
And the question?
I broadly agree. I mean, is that a fair summation?
I'm just waiting for my. Well, in response to that, councillor, from my discussions with other municipalities, and Cardinia is one of them that has faced this, you know, an attempt to have large-scale commercial dumping of soil. They have sought highly specialist feedback to the documents that have been provided by these companies, and they have shown that those reports in many cases have been flawed. Hence my point when I raised with what your officer said about the hydrologist report for 265, that yeah, it looks like it might be, maybe there won't be a problem, but the provision in the schedule is that there will not be any change. It's absolute. So
I think, Stephen, just to clarify, I think it's more about our staff peer reviewing the documents that we've been provided to see how they actually stack up and whether they are real and legitimate, and that is the process that is being undertaken as I understand it. Any other questions of Stephen before we move on to the next submitter? If not, thank you very much for your presentation, Stephen.
thank you, councillors.
I'll now hand over to Carl, who's going to read through the next, starting off with Colleen Hackett, who'll read through the next submissions. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you, Mayor. As a Green Wedge landowner, I am deeply disturbed by clear evidence of the environmental degradation of our precious waterways that is occurring in Chapel Lane, Doreen. Why have the Mayor and Council not made clear, authoritative statements about how they intend to mitigate existing damage and prevent any further pollution occurring here? As a Green Wedge landowner in Nillumbik for 45 years and a council observer for many years, I am nonplussed by this council's inability to apply rigorous checks and balances to applications such as ESGs to dump landfill, whilst invoking the spurious claim of it being ancillary to agriculture. What agriculture have officers observed? What agriculture have residents witnessed? This bogus claim does not bear scrutiny. Why has due diligence not been applied here? I'm further disturbed by inaccuracies in the officer's report prepared for this meeting. Surely Council is aware that track access to 265 Chapel Lane is via a new driveway for which several large trees were removed, and that this is not correctly stated in the hydrology report Council is relying on. It is also clear to even a careless observer that the dumping of fill has altered the movement of water leaving the site and travelling across neighbouring properties. Furthermore, surely Council is aware that the comparison between 265 Chapel Lane and the Bibiano site is not based on verifiable facts, and that the Chapel Lane fill, both at present and that planned for, hugely exceeds the amount of fill dumped at the other site. It has been heart-wrenching to witness what an uphill battle it has been for residents of Chapel Lane to achieve any timely and appropriate action from our council, either to prevent further environmental destruction or to relieve residents' safety and amenity concerns. Council told residents the site would be voluntarily closed, but this did not occur. Why? Why have these Nillumbik residents not had the total support of council that they as ratepayers deserve? Why has council not enforced an immediate stop work order for the dumping in Chapel Lane, which also contravenes stage 4 of the COVID lockdown? Council can invoke sections 114 and 120 of the Planning and Environment Act to obtain an interim enforcement order to stop work. Why has it not done so? I support residents' calls for council to follow the actions of the Hume Council and ask why we are 6 years behind them in achieving some protections for Greenwedge land in Nillumbik. Thank you. And that's Colleen's submission. The next submission is from Bronwyn Wilson. Councillors, I am a local resident in Chapel Lane. I have been a ratepayer and landowner in this road in excess of 20 years. I'm very worried about the road safety impacts of landfills in Chapel Lane. I have lodged multiple complaints to council, not only in regard to 265 Chapel Lane, but also in regard to 130 Chapel Lane. My complaints appear to have fallen on deaf ears. I would like to now put my complaints on the record in a public forum and request that the council and councillors take action to address the very real concerns that I am raising. In Chapel Lane, there is now excessive road use by large trucks, single and double loaders, using a rural road, not driveway, for which several large trees were removed. And this, strike that from the record, apologies, not built to withstand the use and where there are blind crests. The road is not wide enough for 2 trucks or a car and a truck to pass. The road is also used for riding, walking and jogging by residents with no footpaths. The trucks provide a clear and constant danger to all road users because the road was never designed for this type of use. I am extremely concerned that it will take a serious, if not fatal, accident before Nillumbik Council take action. The tipper trucks are driving up onto soft nature strips and driveways, causing damage to infrastructure. The 2 times trunk water lines that carry water to the properties along Chapel Lane from Yanyin Road to Middle Hut Road have already been damaged from the truck use during July. I have not heard from council that they will be paying for the repair of same and providing barriers between the road and the nature strips to protect infrastructure. If not, I wonder if neighbouring residents are expected to bear the consequences of the truck damage. The safety of other road users cannot be guaranteed or even offered by diverting trucks off and back onto Chapel Lane. Blood will be on the hands of council when there inevitably is an accident unless something is done immediately. And that is the submission. The next submission is from Mario Colistra, and he writes, local residents have been told that the landfill at 265 Chapel Lane is being allowed to operate without a planning permit based on permission given in a pre-application meeting. Our local residents group asked to see the information provided in a letter to Carl Cowie dated 17th July 2020. We were subsequently told that we could not. The report FN 024/20265 Chapel Lane Doreen Disposal of Clean Fill from page 271 in the Future Nillumbik Committee Agenda 11th of August 2020 states that the hydrology report submitted is based on the assumption that access to the land will be provided via an existing driveway. This is not the case. A new driveway was a new driveway and crossover, both extremely large scale, have been constructed on the land to provide dedicated access to the commercial landfill operation with office, toilet and other facilities. The driveway construction, the driveway construction involved demolition of fencing, removal of several large trees and heavy earthworks, We believe that this work has been undertaken with council knowledge and permission. Confirmation of this work is straightforward with the use of Google Street View. The attached photographs illustrate that council, if not councillors, are aware that the new driveway was constructed. Since it is clear that the hydrology report does not match the work being constructed, can the council tonight pass a motion calling for an immediate stop work order effective until a planning permit is granted? And that is the submission. Let me just get this right. The next submission is from Jeanette Colistra, and she writes, I am an immediate neighbour of 130 Chapel Lane and nearby 265 Chapel Lane. My concerns for what is currently happening at 265 Chapel Lane are amplified by what has happened for over the past 2 years at 130 Chapel Lane. For over 2 years, I have made continual complaints about the commercially run soil dumping site operating at 130 Chapel Lane to both council and the EPA, and I have been consistently fobbed off and silenced. I notified council that contaminated fill was being placed on site at 130 Chapel Lane and the creek filled. I refer you to these photos that show the Middle Hut Gully on 130 Chapel Lane has been filled. This is a clear demonstration that the hydrology has been changed. It now transpires that council all along had a VCAP finding that stated that the planning permit was required, especially for works that would damage the hydrology. Why then is the council not undertaking enforcement against the owner of 130 Chapel Lane and the other operator of the landfill on that site? And that is Jeanette's submission. Just to let councillors know, I'm coming to some submissions that I won't get through in 3 minutes, but I'll do my best for submitters. The next submission is from Sarah Hunter, and she writes, I recently notified the council of significant damage to water quality occurring at the farm property owned by myself and my husband, James Hunter, in Middle Hut Road, Doreen. Damage including algal blooms, high turbidity, and oil on the water was as a result of road runoff swept into the creek of Chapel Lane, and as a result of the runoff from the steep slopes of the enormous 6,000 square metre earthworks cut at 265 Chapel Lane. This followed on from a letter that I sent to the council on 16th of July outlining the potential impacts on our property and farm business directly resulting from the landfill. I highlighted aspects including creek inundation from changes to hydrology and road runoff already occurring, the significant risk of noxious weed introduction demonstrated clearly at properties neighbouring the landfill at 130 Chapel Lane, damage to habitat, the loss of integrated pest management techniques, including our beneficial native insectary and eagles that keep cockies away from our walnut crop, our clean green image and potentially unsaleable crops due to contamination on the creek flats. Furthermore, I noted that the value of our land was likely to be diminished by the presence of a landfill in the immediate vicinity of our property. On 31st July, significant worsening impacts were noted inside our property and sent to council by email with a request for mitigation measures to address the impact of flow of heavily turbid water down the exposed earthwork hill and into our creek. Further contact was made on the 1st of August, again on the 6th of August. On the 7th of August, I was told by email that mitigation would be addressed through the application process, excuse me, and possibly by way of conditions on a permit, but only if a permit is deemed to be required. This is extremely alarming as the damage is occurring as we speak while the council dithers about whether a permit is even required. I have two specific questions. The first question is, will council act tonight to impose the same basic mitigation conditions that are imposed on all permit holders to disallow the runoff of pollution, effluent and/or sediment-laden waters from the development site into council's drains, Melbourne waters drains or water courses or adjoining private property? The second question is, who is liable for the damage which is occurring on our property and which will continue to do so as a result of the landfill operation? And that's Jeanette's submission.
Sarah.
Sorry, Sarah, I'm just going to draw a breath if that's okay. Good, a slightly shorter submission. Councillors, and this is from Terry Tovey on behalf of the Warrandyte Community Association. And Terry writes, the Warrandyte Community Association has become aware of an industrial scale landfill operation at the above address. There is no way that this activity can be regarded as agricultural or ancillary to agriculture. It is a dumping operation, pure and simple. Such an activity is contrary to the purposes of the Green Wedge and the Rural Conservation Zone. Furthermore, given that the state government has recognised agricultural land close to Melbourne as strategically important, it is vital that such land be protected for agricultural purposes and not degraded in this way. Accordingly, the Association urges Council to use sections 114 and 120 of the Planning and Environment Act to seek an enforcement order, an interim enforcement order, to have this operation cease. This activity has not been authorised by Council and the relevant party should have applied for a permit. The permit in turn should have been refused, and relevant rulings at VCAT lead us to believe that refusal of a permit would be upheld at VCAT. If other remedies are available to Council, these too should be used. On an associated matter, we urge Council to explore ways in which it might recover the cost of road repairs which have been necessitated by this unauthorised activity. This is not a cost which should be borne by ratepayers. And that is the submission. The next submission is from Jim Hunter. Just give me 1 second, Blaga, before you start the clock.
Yeah, we're just about to hit 11:30. Just before the CEO continues, we've probably got about another 5 to 7, 8, 9 minutes of more of these submissions. I'm very conscious that we've still got a fair agenda ahead. I note we've got about 12 submitters waiting on Zoom to talk on Bannon's Lane. I just think it wouldn't hurt for us to stop for a second. And I'm not quite sure how we're going to undertake this conversation, but...
Well, I was going to call a halt as soon as Carl had finished reading out the submissions, but now you've sort of interrupted the process.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I am conscious that we've got people sitting there who are expecting us to consider seriously a very important planning application. And my suggestion is that we should recognise that we will, conclude other business, but defer that matter to either tomorrow night or indeed till next Tuesday night. I just think it's unfair to these people sitting on the line to wait till midnight.
Excuse me, Grant, just wait till he finishes and then you put your hand up. Yes, now speak.
Thank you.
I was waiting. Yes, I've heard from a couple of objectors from Bannon's Lane that would like to defer till next week. I haven't heard from everyone, but I've heard from a couple.
Have the discussion in private, but if you want to have it openly, I'm more than happy to put it out there. I've talked to Blaga in the interim and she's happy for us to defer the last 2 items if all the councillors are in agreement.
I would say yes, but I would say to the people of Bannon's Lane who have waited all evening, it's a terribly unfortunate situation, but I want everyone to be on and sharp and ready and 100% to be fair to them and to the applicant, actually, who's put in an application to speak as well.
So can I just interrupt you there for a moment, Councillor Brooker, and can I just have a quick show of hands with other councillors? Are they all in agreement for us to defer tomorrow?
Defer till when? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow night.
No, next week. No, next week, Councillor Brooker said.
I suggested next week and heard back next week would be the date they were looking at, but it's short notice to give one night is my concern.
Yeah, I'll support next week, not tomorrow.
Yeah, next week.
The options tomorrow, I'd say continue on.
Can I have a show of hands, all those in favour of next week?
I'm concerned that all these submissions have come tonight to think about, to have the matter heard. I think we should at least have a discussion about having it tomorrow night, because it's another week that they go on. It's another week that the applicant goes on. I just think that we need to, some of these people I think would probably want a decision sooner rather than later.
So, Mayor, my comment was going to be with respect to whether or not either Councillor Brooker or any officers can contact the applicant who was going to be heard tonight, just to see whether they would agree to the deferment. I would agree till next week. I'm just conscious of the Planning Environment Act, which provides provisions for people to go off to VCAT for failure to determine.
Correct.
I think it would be of value if we've been able to have a conversation with the applicant that they're happy to have it heard properly, as Councillor Brooker has indicated, a full attention. And if they're happy with next Tuesday night, I think that would make sense. But it would be helpful, I think, if we're able to garner their support for that.
So I think everybody's in agreement that we defer. It's just a matter of whether it's tomorrow night or next week. So, Councillor Brooker.
Well, I'm not going to support a deferral for tomorrow night. You know, if governance can get on, you know, if we have to call the applicant, they're listening to us now. If someone can speak, you know, with the applicant and ensure that they're happy to defer until next week, I'll go with that. Otherwise, press on. And the more we go around in circles, the longer this is going to take.
If you want to do that, Blagger, well, Councillor Carl continues the rest of these submissions and we'll finish this item.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Cowie.
Thank you, councillors. The next submission is from Jim Hunter, and he writes, "My farm property is on the corner of Middle Hut Road and Chapel Lane, Doreen. Our property faces the landfill property directly. We have significant concerns about the impact of the landfill on our property, which have been explained in contact from my wife and I. I am also a signatory of all of the residents' letters, which have been sent through to council and councillors. In the past 5 years, my wife and I have been through the process of obtaining planning permission, change of use, secondary consent and building permission for the home we are in the process of building on our farm. Until 2018, both Middle Hut Road and Chapel Lane were unsealed roads. In 2018, paving was completed to Chapel Lane just before the landfill at 130 Chapel Lane opened in July 2018. Now, after 2 years of dealing with the major traffic issues from that property, like at 265, the first we heard of it was when we encountered heavy traffic in Chapel Lane. Middle Hut Road is still an unmade road. We have now been told through various rumours that the proposed traffic management plan for the landfill at 265 Chapel Lane is to use Middle Hut Road. Middle Hut Road South has a steep gradient and blind crests. Middle Hut Road North has a concrete spillway between Arthurs Creek Road and Chapel Lane, where vehicles will have to drive through the waters of the Stewart's Ponds Creek to use the road, as well as many native animals, including echidnas, wombats, and kangaroos. The roadway is used by walkers, horse riders, and cyclists who perceive a sense of safety. The council has recently graded and widened both parts of Middle Hut Road after months of neglect. We have heard rumours that the proposed traffic management scheme for ESG to dump fill at 265 Chapel Lane is a circuit involving Middle Hut Road. There is also a rumour that a new site entrance will be cut into 265 to directly access the landfill site across or through the creek. Trucks are already frequently seen using Middle Hut Road to access the landfill at 265 Chapel Lane. This morning, my wife experienced a near miss as a truck driver stopped at our Middle Hut Road gate to ask directions, frightening a large horse. My question is, do you believe it is appropriate to use Middle Hut Road with all of its characteristics as a truck access route? My second question is, can you confirm or deny the rumours about Middle Hut Road being used as an access for tipper trucks? And that is the submission.
Thank you.
The next submission is from Susie Pearson. And Susie writes, I'm writing to you regarding landfill sites 130 and 265 Chapel Lane, Doreen. Our property shares a boundary with 130 Chapel Lane. We have on many previous occasions spoken to council representatives and officers, particularly regarding 130 Chapel Lane's blatant commercial use of that site. All of these discussions have been proved worthless and have only shown a lack of resolve by council to address this ongoing problem. Whilst you're all aware of the community's thoughts on soil contamination, traffic danger, and general safety of the community, I note today, 10th of August, all the truck movements are using both Middle Hut Road and Chapel Lane in both directions. This crazy traffic situation on roads not suitably designed for this movement, as stated by your representative at my property's entrance, this should not be allowed. After approaching Vic Roads, we have been instructed that this is a matter for the Shire to administer. The obvious commercial nature of the activity of both sites, the disruption to the amenity of the area, to put it simply, what is occurring here is wrong. It appears that everyone we speak to within council wants this to stop, but nothing has happened. Having engaged a town planner, Stefan Koenig, SK Planning, to assist us in attempting to understand our rights, Stefan has identified the following. As advised by Stefan, council has the ability to act now. Stefan's email to myself on the 7th of August. For your information, the 100 cubic meters of earthworks permit trigger was introduced into the Green Wedge schedule of the Hume planning scheme on the 18th of October 2014, Amendment C143. The explanatory report and the panel report explain why the amendment was required and how it was consistent with state planning strategy, copy attached. It appears that the Green Wedge Zone itself was introduced to Nillumbik and other fringe municipalities as far back as 18th of March 2004. One of the key reasons the zone was introduced was to implement the state government's commitment to protecting Melbourne's green wedges. The current schedule to the zone applying in the Nillumbik planning scheme is the default schedule that accompanied the introduction of the zone back in 2004. There is nothing to prevent council from immediately requesting the minister to introduce without delay an identical 100 cubic meters earthworks limit into the Green Wedge Zone Nillumbik schedule on an interim basis, i.e. 2 years, during which time the council can prepare a formal planning scheme amendment to make the interim control permanent. The interim introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Okay.
Sorry to cut you off shortly.
Okay.
So that is the end of the submissions on behalf said by the CEO.
There's two more, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's all I had on my list.
Sorry?
That's all I had on my list.
Yeah, no, apologies for that. One is from Sarah Hunter and the other is from the Green Wedges Coalition. So they're both lengthy. So we won't get through them all, but that was in part why I was blackened out on the screen for a while as I printed one of them out, because I committed to reading it.
Well, I'll stop you at 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that to the submitters. Sarah Hunter, on behalf of Chapel Lane Residents Group, writes, we write in connection with the landfills operating in Chapel Lane, Doreen. We request your attention to the issues of significant concern regarding the council response to the landfills in Chapel Lane, and we further request the council to make administrative actions as outlined below. Excuse me. Failure to stop works. We were previously advised by email that the site would be voluntarily closed in order to address residents' concerns raised in previous private and collective letters. We note that despite this, works have continued on site during the past several weeks. Repair works were undertaken to the significant damage done by trucks, however, no concerns were addressed. Works in breach of stage 4 shutdown. We note that to the disbelief of neighbours, the site at 265 Chapel Lane was receiving regular fill deliveries Thursday the 6th and Friday the 7th of August in breach of the stage 4 restrictions. Locals noted an average of 12 trucks per hour entering the property. At one point, 2 locals directly observed no less than 3 earthworks machines operating along with a queue of 3 trucks inside the property waiting to dump fill. Failure to mitigate unreasonable flow of water between properties. We note that evidence of significant pollution in the creek downstream of the landfill was sent through in graphical and written format to Carl Cowie and council staff. Immediate mitigation measures, which are the bare minimum standard, were requested and are required to address the impact of flow of heavily turbid water down the exposed earthwork hill and into the neighbouring property at 100 Middle Hut via the creek. Mitigation of runoff must be immediately put in place. Failure to allow for stakeholder input. Residents were not provided with any opportunity to raise concerns or objections to the new use prior to commencement of major works on site. Council is already aware that residents have concerns, some of which have now been conveyed to the council in writing. It is further noted that Melbourne Water is a stakeholder and should be provided with the opportunity to provide preliminary response before works continue. The Wurundjeri Corporation is the registered Aboriginal party for the district, including Nillumbik. We understand that the Wurundjeri Corporation has asked Aboriginal Victoria, Department of the Premier and Cabinet to investigate whether breaches of the Aboriginal Heritage Act 2006 have occurred, in particular whether a cultural heritage management plan is required for this activity.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Cowie. I keep calling you Councillor Cowie.
But don't do that, Mayor.
Heaven help us. And the last one?
The last submission is on behalf of the Green Wedges Coalition, Can, Frankie and Rosemary West. Apologies to them up front. I won't get through all of this in 3 minutes, but they write, Dear Mayor and Councillors, I write further to the letter from the Green Wedges Coalition dated 27th of July 2020 to augment our analysis of VCAT cases with a view to assisting the Shire to respond to the issues being raised by the unpermitted Chapel Lane fill disposal sites. Our earlier letter excluded references to a significant case that has been brought to the attention of the councillors in the Nillumbik staff paper FN 024/20, namely Yarra Ranges SC versus Bibiano Red Dot 2016, the Bibiano case. A comparison of the Bibiano case with the Chapel Lane sites strengthens the case for permits to be required by the Shire for the use of the land to deposit fill on these sites. Such a comparison shows that these are a land use that is separate from and not ancillary to an agricultural land use. In the Bibiano case, VCAT Deputy President Dwyer acknowledged that the sheer scale and degree of fill importation, 28,000 cubic meters or 1,400 truckloads, was of a scale sufficient to warrant concern that this was an innominate land use requiring a permit. However, he concluded that the use was ancillary to agriculture because the rural landowner had sought out a contractor to deliver fill to address land management issues, and no money had changed hands between the contractor and Mr. Bibiano that would imply a separate fill disposal enterprise was being conducted by the landowner. The contractor was able to deliver the fill without charge to Mr. Bibiano because the contractor had been paid by third parties seeking to dispose of unwanted fill other than via EPA licensed landfills charging a levy for the disposal of fill. The 130 Chapel Lane case, the VCAT panel did not interrogate the question of how the arrangement for the importation of 160,000 cubic meters had come about, in terms of whether this had arisen following approaches being made by ESG to the landowner or vice versa. However, it did note that ESG's business in identifying and providing for developers areas of land on which they can dump unwanted fill from development sites, allied with the fact that 130 Chapel Lane had been poorly managed and badly neglected, it would appear highly unlikely that the landowner had sought out ESG to improve the land, rather the reverse. The VCAT panel for the 130 Chapel Lane site did not seek, that's a repeat.
Thank you. Just 3 minutes.
There's quite a lot more to this letter, unfortunately, but you have the letter.
Councillor Rocco.
Yes, just a comment about the Bannons Lane application. I've just heard from the representative of the applicant, and he's very disappointed that this has occurred, but he has, I imagine then he's saying over midnight it's not a reasonable time, so that's a vote to hold it next week, next Tuesday. So,
thank you,
and I've heard
Councillor.
several objectors have said the same thing.
All right, well, we're in agreement. It will come back to Council next Tuesday. Governance will sort out Zoom links and other things. And I just distress to the applicant and the other submitters that it will be the only item on, apart from the small one that follows that. So they will be on first. So my apologies to all of the submitters for what's happened tonight. But it's very difficult sometimes to anticipate how much time an item takes. Sometimes it's a lot quicker than what we anticipate, and sometimes it takes 2 or 3 times as long. And once things are on the agenda, it's very difficult to then alter the agenda. So my apologies. As that is the end of the submitters for that, we now pass back to, well, I now ask actually for somebody to move a motion.
I move, Mayor, if the officers can put up a resolution.
An alternate?
Well, a resolution, the one I have sent them.
Yeah.
I think we were, yes. Yes, I think that is, so maybe I should just read this out given how long we've gone so that everybody's aware of it. Committee acting under delegation from Council. 1, finalise its review of the hydrological report submitted to by ESG to Council for 265 Chapel Lane and the relevant revised hydrological report and other reports for 130 Chapel Lane to determine if a planning permit is required. 2, pursue through its legal advisors information substantiates if the use of the land is agricultural or otherwise. 3, pursuant to item 2 above, determine if a planning permit is required for the use of the land, therefore a breach of the planning scheme has occurred by the 14th of August 2020. Pursuant to items 1 and 3 above, seek legal advice to determine the most appropriate legal path forward with regard to enforcing the planning scheme and exercise the advice in a timely manner. And 5, request the Minister for Planning approve using his Section 24 powers for an interim planning scheme amendments to the Nillumbik planning scheme to introduce a 100 cubic metre limit for disposable fill in the Green Wedge and rural conservation zones until a permanent planning scheme dealing with this matter is concluded. I so move.
And can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Brooker. Back to you, Councillor Clark.
Question through the chair. Could we add the 14th of August? The 14th of August to the second resolution as well as the third.
Can you go back again to the?
Could just go back to that. Okay, so I'm sorry, number 1, to finalise of 130 Chapel Lane to determine if a planning permit is required by the 14th of August.
It's up to you as the mover, Councillor Clark.
Sorry, I'm just so he wants to put 14th of August in 1.
Yeah, we've got it on 3. I'm just saying if we could have it on the hydrological report as well as the to determine if we need a planning permit by the 14th of August.
Yes, I've got no problem with that. It's a duplication, but it doesn't matter. You can put in by 14th of August on the first item as well.
All right. And so are you seconding this, Councillor Brooker?
Yes.
Okay. Back to you, Councillor Clark.
Mayor, this, I've got to say, is bizarrely only come on my radar about 6 weeks ago. And I say bizarrely because given what we've now learnt about particularly 130 Chapel Lane, I'm surprised, given I've been here over 3 years, that residents have not emailed me prior to this to set out their concerns on 130 Chapel Lane. If I'd known that earlier, I'm sure like other councillors, we would have acted earlier. But nonetheless, for whatever reason, that's when it was confronted, really as a result of 265, to be honest, not really 130, and it was 130 that became aware of. Not long after that, I attended the site to see physically what was going on. I observed the trucks going into 265. I observed and went onto the side of 130. I couldn't physically get my car to go very far into 265 before I'd get bogged, but on 130 I could, and I got right up to the top and got the card of the operators and the companies, etc. involved. And was able to observe the destruction of the lane. I spent some time driving around the area looking just what other accesses were occurring and problems which were fairly obvious. Equally, I think a number have been surprised, to be honest, that this is the way the planning scheme acts. And indeed, you basically need a hydrological report. If you can prove that the flows on land don't change, it seems you can get off and do things of such a dramatic nature is somewhat bizarre. I've, like a lot of us, read all of the red dot decisions that are now in VCAT on this matter. And I think we're a bit frustrated, to be frank, that we've not been able to get a resolution of this sooner than this. Suffice to say, frustrating as it is for all, that we are going through the processes to properly assess, reassess anything that's been said, dropped off to us and written off, obviously, to the applicant, specifically the 265 and getting the information on 130, to be able to make a determined assessment which will hold up to public scrutiny or indeed, if required, through to the court processes. I don't want to prejudge, although the evidence we heard tonight from the applicant of 265 reading out an officer email would be, I'm sure, concerning to a number of us. But I don't want to prejudge that. We have not got the full context of that, not had the opportunity to talk to officers about that, or indeed to understand what information was put in front of the officers when that email was sent. It would be easy to respond to that on the first instance, but we need to get the fulsome response. The short answer is we live in the Greenwich Shire and we want to respect the Greenwich Shire and we want to provide quiet enjoyment for people who have an expectation of living in a Greenwich Shire. We equally need to understand that we work within a planning scheme framework. And so if we want to change the planning scheme framework, which is, I think, a broad intent of this council to ensure that we don't have an ongoing problem in this respect and have absolute certainty and clarity for residents how this should play out. That is why I included part 4 of this recommendation, and that is to call on the Minister to seek to have, using his 20 part 4 processes, which basically mean he can do it overnight, doesn't need any other action. He'll clearly get advice from his officers, but he has the right, using a 20 part 4, to put in effectively an interim planning scheme amendment whilst we run through the fuller process. And we've heard from a raft of submitters tonight that would be their immediate preference. There is no doubt it would put beyond any doubt how land can be used, and would clarify this beyond reproach, and then give us the time to move on. We, of course, can't assume that the Minister will agree to that, and we haven't had any correspondence back from our previous resolution a few weeks back, and indeed to some letters some months back. Indeed, I followed it up directly in ringing the Minister's office and his advisors, but have not got any formal response despite my further emails and telephone calls. So that calls us to then try and give a time frame by which we will resolve this matter, i.e. the 14th of August, in a few days' time. The residents want certainty. That's what we're trying to provide. We're trying to provide clarity. I can only understand and understand how frustrating it might be. I would say, and the most disappointing part from the representative of the applicant was, he had no answers really, and he had no answer why they wouldn't have got a certificate like they did, sort of certificate conversation around the other side. So, you know, understand frustrations, but I think this is as good as we're going to get tonight. It's not for us to make other determinations. We're getting that legal advice. I'll leave it at that for the moment. I've run out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Brooker.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, my concern is that we won't get a response from the Minister. I think it's no, I've been wrong before, but I think for him to intervene in a individual matter like that, that's really quite specific to Nillumbik, although it has broad implications, I don't know if that's a particular, you know, fight you want to go into if you can avoid. So I think the skirmish is with us, and I do think it's encouraging. We have got, you know, 72 hours to come up with a determination of this thing that came to our attention, or councillors' attention, on July the 10th. It's now 1 month and 1 day, August the 11th. We've requested information. We're told by the solicitor for ESG that they've been cooperative in providing the information. I don't think we need more information, quite frankly. I think what we need to do is come to a decision, and the decision is this is an anominant use in the green wedge. That is the decision I think the legal advice supports that we have seen so far, all but the 130 Chapel Lane decision, which relied on a hydrological report and was subsequently superseded by other red dot decisions, most specifically Collegia. So I think that the legal stuff's fine. We just have to reach a determination. I have got enough information. I think it's an anominant use. I think the evidence supports that. If indeed on the 14th of August, we're still seeking information, I would say certainly the information that I will be seeking to do is a Section 114 of the Planning and Environment Act to commence enforcement action. I do think the time is well past for reaching a decision on this issue. So we've got till the 14th of August. We'll have a hydrological report by then. We'll have more information by then, and we can proceed. But I wouldn't expect we'd get anything from the Minister before then.
Thank you,
that's all. Thank you.
Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Ashton.
I agree with Councillor Brooker. I think that, to me, this does not make sense. What's happening on this site does not make sense. It's not something that occurs in agriculture, and therefore I think it's a spurious claim of the use and invoking the Schedule 1 as an agricultural use is not correct. And so I hope that we pursue it through that avenue as well, potentially as the hydrological one, but it's definitely nothing I've ever heard associated with land use to that scale.
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this has been a very revealing process, and I'm glad we undertook it. You know, certainly without my notice of motion, we wouldn't have this report, and we wouldn't have even been able to declare that council doesn't support this use within the Green Wedge. You know, you look at what's going on. You know, there is always two sides of the story, and you have to look at you know, the lawyer representing ESG in terms of the clear advice that he was given. Okay, we need to look into that a little bit more, I would say, but you know, you have to sort of think, well, what were the officers thinking? You know, what were the officers thinking? Well, certainly in the previous council, I think they would have been thinking something very different. I think there would have been officers that had been in Nillumbik for a long time, people that had an understanding of the Green Wedge in Nillumbik. People had an expectation and full knowledge of what would happen if this sort of activity was let go through. But you know, it's what happens when you get a new council that sweep the room, get rid of all the administration, effectively erase the corporate memory of an organisation. So we have officers, you know, in the, you know, well-meaning officers in their best attempts, trying to do the sort of things that they would imagine would appease their council. So I think it's an unfortunate situation that, you know, this council's gone on for you know, 3.5 years, you know, ranting on about economic development and tourism opportunities in the Green Wedge, you know, potentially, you know, well, absolutely putting forward a weak Green Wedge management plan, you know, supporting privately the notion of rezoning rural conservation zone to Green Wedge or other, you know, micro rezonings on a case-by-case basis, depending upon, you know, what applicant, the sort of case an individual applicant could put up. This certainly should have come to council. This council should have been briefed on this. You know, we would have been able to, you know, well, I certainly would have put forward that, you know, hang on, we've got an issue here. You know, we're given the green light to a commercial operation in Chapel Lane. This was always going to end badly. So, you know, we've got councillors who have got in the council on the back of PALs, you know, with their dogma of, you know, preventing application of overlays or any controls on private property. So, you know, councillors, you've got to be careful what you wish for. And a lot of the stuff that has been done over the last 3 years lends itself to where we are now. And look, it's unfortunate. I think we need to take enforcement orders, and you know, that's the approach that needs to happen. We need to stop this right now. There's enough legal advice, I think, existing right now to see, and we can all acknowledge that you know, this dumping is not ancillary to agricultural use. Either that or it's innominate. There's more enough reason for us to stop this now.
Any other councillors wish to speak? No? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? And that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. I'd like to thank all the submitters tonight in all of our items, and my apologies once again to the submitters who waited online for the Bannons Road item. I now declare the meeting closed at 12:02 a.m.
Sorry, through the chair, Mayor Egan, we just need to actually adjourn the meeting formally through a procedural motion.
So can I have a mover to Councillor Clark?
Mayor, whilst we undertook a conversation with the applicant for Bannons Lane, I don't think we had any conversation about the applicant for Bridge Street, Eltham. I understood a submitter on Zoom for that application.
I didn't have that.
Is the submitter still online?
I've missed that one. I'm sorry. Governance, Blaga, can you confirm that? Did we have a submitter online for that last one too? Did we?
Sorry.
We have Mr. Tom Ansett on behalf of Urbis Proprietary Limited.
And need to send an apology to him too. So
Sorry, I've had a look online and it's now Morgan, it was Morgan Bastone, and I can't see her in the gallery anymore. I'm just double checking. No, not in the gallery anymore.
So we'll have a conversation tomorrow, Blagger, and I'll make some phone calls.
So we're deferring both items.
Yep. So are you moving the motion, Councillor Clark?
Well, my next question is, I'm assuming, are we deferring the resolution on local roads and community infrastructure as well?
Yes, it's the 2 items.
There's 3.
Well,
three.
Can we not do community infrastructure? That's just a recommendation.
So were the others.
Well, the
No,
others.
we'll defer the lot, Councillor Brooker. Peter Clark, are you moving the motion?
Happy to move the deferment of the 3 items till next Tuesday night to a time to be determined.
Can I have a second, please?
7 p.m, if that's okay.
7 p.m.
7 p.m. Councillor Rankin, I presume you don't wish to speak to it, Councillor Clark?
No, I don't think so. At 10:15.
Right. So
Can I suggest we put Bannon's Lane first next week? Thank you.
It is first. I've already said that previously. All those in favour of deferring it till next Tuesday, those 3 items to next Tuesday? Councillor Ashton, yep, and that is carried. Thank you very much. And I'll now declare the meeting closed at 12:04 a.m. on the Wednesday, the 12th of August. Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, staff.